Chapter 39:18. The mysterious shadow actually dared to barge into Jiu Fei's seclusion grounds. Thus, a tragic scene occurred. The shadow was actually devoured by Jiu Fei. No matter how powerful the shadow's primordial dark qi was, it couldn't withstand a single blow from Jiu Fei. After refining the mysterious shadow, Jiu Fei's primordial dark qi increased by quite a bit. However, his cultivation remained at the extreme mystic realm. It was no longer a matter of strength if he wanted to take that legendary step. Jiu Fei had a feeling that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't surpass the extreme mystic realm. It was simply too difficult to surpass the myriad Taos in the heavens. One had to know that even extreme supremes were still bound by the boundary of the Tao. Since ancient times, countless supremes had attempted all sorts of things, but in the end, no one had truly transcended it. Not only Jiu Fei, but even the Sky Clan leader, Li Changtian, and Old Monster Chu were also stuck at the extreme mystic realm. They couldn't advance even an inch over the years. In the southern region of the ancestral realm, the Sky Clan leader was considered the most promising existence to take that step. However, with the appearance of this variable, Jiu Fei, it was hard to say who would be able to take that step. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Thunder Lake in the southern region, in a valley, Jiu Fei directly sat on a boulder and continued to cultivate after devouring the mysterious shadow. Everyone retreated and continued to stand guard outside. At this time, countless disciples of the Shooting Sun Temple, led by Shooting Sun Supreme, also entered the Thunder Lake because the ancestral land of the temple had been destroyed. Right now, there were two levels of subordinates under Jiu Fei. One was the Shooting Sun Sovereign's faction, which was overseen by an autarch, and the other was Jiu Fei's first-rate faction. The faction led by old ancestor Ying Tian was a second-rate faction. In the ancestral realm, strength was everything. Factions with supremes naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary factions. Although old ancestor Ying Tian and the other sect ancestors of the second-tier forces obeyed Jiu Fei, they did not dare to disobey the orders of other supremes. These guys sadly discovered that although they followed Jiu Fei, it did not seem to change anything. Of course, Jiu Fei was much more powerful than the previous wood race. Following Jiu Fei was undoubtedly more promising than following the wood race. If one wanted to break free from the shackles of the Tao, one had to be Taoless. This was the theory in the primogenitor's realm that being Taoless was better than being Taoless. Now, what Jiu Fei wanted to do was to transform having a Tao into not having a Tao, transform limited into infinite, and realize the leap that transcended the myriad of Taos in the world. However, Jiu Fei had mastered the perfect 10 paths. How could it be easy to dissolve the perfect 10 paths? He tried to combine the 10 Taos into one. Very quickly, 10 streams of energy appeared on his body. 10 terrifying figures appeared in the sky above the valley. What is that? The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others who were guarding outside the valley looked up into the sky. They were all extremely shocked. The 10 illusory figures stood high up in the sky. The aura emanating from each of the illusory figures made their souls tremble. In front of these illusory figures, they were as weak as ants. Even the star beast was startled awake from its slumber. Roar! The star beast stared at the 10 figures in the sky with some fear and growled in a low voice. What is Master trying to do? Is he cultivating an avatar? The Thunder Supreme asked in astonishment. Each of the 10 figures in the sky had a different aura. They were actually 10 types of perfect Taos. Moreover, these 10 figures were all Jiu Fei. Among the 10 figures, there was a figure with soaring flames like the Supreme Fire Ancestor. There was also a figure with soaring sword aura like the Supreme Sword Ancestor. There was also a figure with chaotic yin and yang, a figure as faint as the wind, a figure with mysterious reincarnation, a figure with 5 elements, and so on. Among the 10 figures, the primordial chaos figure and the chaotic figure were the strongest. The primordial chaos figure merely stood there, but its primordial chaos aura surged into the sky as if it could overturn the heavens. The void around the chaotic figure was constantly collapsing and reassembling. It was a shocking sight. The 10 figures stood quietly in the void. The supreme aura emitted from their bodies was so oppressive that it seemed like the entire world was going to be destroyed. Pitch-black spatial cracks kept appearing in the void. Moreover, the auras emanating from these 10 figures were still continuously increasing. Retreat. The shooting sun supreme and the others retreated immediately. Even the star beast did not dare to stay nearby. Its huge body rose into the sky and retreated into the distance. The Thunder Supreme immediately ordered all the disciples of the Thunder Clan to retreat from the Thunder Lake. The Shooting Sun Supreme also ordered the disciples of the Shooting Sun God Hall to retreat from the Thunder Lake. Then, Ying Tian sect and the other second-tier forces also began to retreat. In an instant, countless cultivators that gathered in the Thunder Lake retreated from the Thunder Lake like a tide. Rumble. The 3 divine halls of the Thunder Clan were uprooted from the ground and flew into the sky. Then, they were taken away by the Thunder Supreme. In the end, the Thunder Supreme made his move and captured a Great Earth Ancestor vein from the depths of the Thunder Clan's ancestral ground. The Shooting Sun God Hall was a good example. It was destroyed and even the Great Earth Ancestor vein was devoured by Li Changtian. The Thunder Supreme could not take the risk. As long as the Great Earth Ancestor vein was fine, it would not be difficult for the Thunder Supreme to create another ancestral ground with his cultivation. After everyone in the Thunder Lake had retreated, an ancient cauldron flew out from the valley and soared into the sky. In the next moment, a huge ancient cauldron descended from the sky and covered the entire Thunder Lake. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The area of the Thunder Lake was too huge. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to cross the entire Thunder Lake even if they flew for tens of years. Even a saint would need a few years to cross the Lightning Lake if they were to fly non-stop. However, Jiyu Fei had covered the entire Thunder Lake with the mountain and river cauldron. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the other 5 Supremes used their full strength and could only bring the living beings above the immortal realm away from the Thunder Lake. As for the living beings below the immortal realm, they could not care so much. Fortunately, the Thunder Dao Essence Qi was too abundant in the Thunder Lake. As a result, other living beings could not survive in the Thunder Lake. Even so, there were still countless Thunder attribute living beings below the immortal realm cultivating in the Thunder Lake. Sigh. This little fellow Jiyu Fei really doesn't rest for a moment. At this moment, a disheveled old man walked out from the depths of the sky. The disheveled old man scolded out as he waved his hand. All of the living beings in the Thunder Lake flew out and disappeared into the void. The disheveled old man then turned around and walked into the depths of the sky. This guy was the god of the mountain and river cauldron. He moved all the living beings in the Thunder Lake away and sealed the Thunder Lake, isolating the supreme aura from the 10 shadows in the sky. One had to know that not everyone could withstand the aura of a supreme being. Even a quasi-supreme being would have their bodies crushed, their souls shattered, and their bodies and souls destroyed under the extreme aura. Rumble. The entire Thunder Lake began to shake. At this moment, Jiyu Fei no longer had any scruples. With just a thought, the extreme formation runes that covered the entire valley were dispersed into the void. In the next moment, the entire valley turned into ashes. The entire Thunder Lake was on the verge of collapsing. The Thunder Dao Essence Qi was boiling and dazzling rays of lightning tore through the sky. The destructive aura was vast. High up in the sky, Jiyu Fei's shadow opened its mouth and inhaled. Countless rays of lightning gathered into its mouth and the chaotic Thunder Dao Essence Qi in the entire Thunder Lake was completely devoured by it. After Jiyu Fei's shadow devoured the Thunder Dao Essence Qi, it solidified as if it was going to materialize and walk out from the void. Is Jiyu Fei really going to break through to that realm? At the end of the sky sat a disheveled old man. The god of the mountain and river cauldron sat at the peak of the sky. Only he had the power to suppress the heavens and the extreme Tao. The mountain and river cauldron had existed for countless years and its origins were incomparably mysterious. In terms of knowledge, even the supremes in the ancestral realm could not compare to this disheveled old man. Since ancient times, no one has succeeded in the human realm, heavenly realm or ancestral realm. Can this kid do it? The disheveled old man sighed and shook his head before disappearing into the void. He did not leave but fused with the body of the mountain and river cauldron. Only then could he unleash the greatest power of the mountain and river cauldron. The disheveled old man did not dare to be careless. At this moment, the aura of the 10 shadows in the sky was still increasing as if there was no end to it. This shocked the Supremes outside the Thunder Lake. Although the mountain and river cauldron had suppressed the extreme Tao aura of the 10 shadows, it still could not completely isolate the extreme Tao aura. The Supremes could still sense the changes in the extreme Tao aura of the 10 shadows in the Thunder Lake. Master is actually this powerful. He's probably invincible in the entire ancestral realm. The Black Wind Sovereign was speechless. You underestimate the Supremes of the ancestral realm. Sovereign Thunder shook his head. Jiyu Fei might be invincible in the southern region, but it was impossible for him to be invincible in the entire primogenitor realm. Since ancient times, no one had ever been invincible in the entire primogenitor realm. Jiyu Fei was no exception. However, if Jiyu Fei could really break through to that legendary realm, then no one in the entire primordial realm would be a match for him. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others did not speak, which meant that they agreed with the Thunder Sovereign's words. What's going on? At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked to discover that the 10 shadows in the sky above the Thunder Lake had actually moved and started fighting with one another. The entire Thunder Lake exploded and turned into chaos. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were dumbfounded. They did not expect the 10 shadows to start fighting with one another. What's happening? Chapter 39:19. Jiyu Fei finally took that step. Although it was just an attempt, the phenomenon that was triggered was earth-shattering. The Black Marsh was destroyed. If the Thunder Sovereign had not moved the ancestral Earth Meridian under the Thunder Lake, even the ancestral Earth Meridian would have been destroyed. Rumble, high up in the sky, the 10 shadows were fighting. It was as if 10 Supremes were fighting each other. The mighty aura of the extreme Tao destroyed the entire void. The shadow of the mountain and river cauldron that shrouded the entire Thunder Lake was shaking. Countless ancient Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the shadow of the ancient cauldron, forming an ancient Tao diagram. The power of the great Tao triggered by the Tao pattern was extremely strong, and it completely blocked the surging divine might of the great Tao. Otherwise, if the extreme Tao aura from the 10 shadows was allowed to spread, even a small half of the ancestral realm's southern region would be destroyed, let alone the Thunder Lake. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron displayed the power to suppress the heavens. However, even so, the area outside the mountain and river cauldron still shook. Mountains collapsed one after another, the ground cracked, and dust rose into the sky, blocking out the sun. This was as terrifying as the end of the world. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others, who were watching from the outside, were extremely shocked. No one had expected Jiyu Fei to cause such a shocking commotion. Boom! At this moment, the 10 figures who were engaged in battle were sent flying at the same time. A power that surpassed the extreme Tao spread out, and even the mountain and river cauldron was almost shaken off. The disheveled old man was so frightened that he hurriedly attacked with all his might, and only then was he able to suppress the power that was spreading out. Jiyu Fei, this little b*** starred, the disheveled old man was hopping mad. If this level of power were to explode a few more times, he would not be able to withstand it. Boom! The 10 shadows that were sent flying once again rushed together, fighting so hard that even the primal chaos was boiling. The shocking sword light directly slashed through the void, broke through the chaos, and directly sent one of the shadows flying. The other shadow surrounded by the chaotic aura raised its palm and sent the shadow of the sword chi soaring into the sky flying. Then, the primal chaos phantom was swept away by a wave of primordial chaos energy. At this time, Jiyu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the void. The boulder beneath him had long since turned to dust, and the 10 streams of power were constantly interweaving and colliding with his body. He wanted to fuse the 10 strands of power together, but this seemed impossible. The 10 strands of power repelled each other, and there were no signs of them fusing together. Is it really that difficult to refine 10 Daos? Jiyu Fei was extremely shocked. Not only did the power of the 10 rays collide with him, hideous bloody scars appeared on his body. If it wasn't for the fact that his supreme Taoist body was strong enough, his body would have long been shattered, and his soul would have been obliterated by the power of the 10 rays. If that was the case, then he would really be digging his own grave. The power of 10 Daos on Jiyu Fei's body was vast and mighty, as if there were 10 supremes fighting inside his body, and the power of 10 Daos caused a phenomenon in the sky. Just as Jiyu Fei was trying to fuse the 10 Daos into one and walk the path of Dao transformation, a long roar suddenly came from the depths of the Tian clan's ancestral grounds. The terrifying roar instantly spread throughout the entire Tian clan's ancestral grounds. Even the other regions outside the Tian clan's ancestral grounds could hear it. What happened? The other cultivators outside the Tian clan's ancestral grounds all turned to look in the direction of the Tian clan's ancestral grounds in shock. Soon after, the roar was still lingering in the air. A huge figure appeared high up in the sky, looking down at the entire world. When the clansmen of the Tian clan saw this scene, they were all incomparably excited. The old ancestor was finally going to take that legendary step. At this time, the essence energy from all directions crazily gathered towards the Tian clan's old clan master and was continuously devoured by him. The figure in the sky, which was countless times larger than a mountain, actually gradually became more solid. In the Tian clan's ancestral grounds, the members of the Tian clan were evacuating. When all the clansmen of the Tian clan moved out, the Tian clan's old clan master no longer suppressed his aura. The entire world exploded, and the primal chaos energy was directly shot out. Whether it was Jiyu Fei or the Tian clan's old clan master, their goal was the same. They both wanted to take that step. The great formation of the Tian clan's ancestral grounds immediately began to operate, sealing the Tian clan's old clan master's aura within the Tian clan's ancestral grounds, preventing this kind of extreme Dao aura from spreading out. Old ancestor, you must succeed. The other sovereign of the Tian clan stared at the figure in the ancestral grounds from afar, his expression extremely solemn. Jiyu Fei had defeated the Tian clan's old clan master, which meant that the Tian clan's position as the number one power in the southern region was in danger. If the Tian clan's old clan master could transcend the extreme Dao and become a truly invincible existence, then the unlucky one would be Jiyu Fei. The news of the shocking phenomenon that had appeared in the seclusion grounds of the two strongest experts of the southern region spread, shocking the entire world. It had been a long time since anyone in the ancestral realm attempted to break through to that legendary realm. Only now did someone attempt to transcend the extreme Dao, and it wasn't just one person. In an instant, the attention of all the major powers in the ancestral realm landed on the southern region. Who will succeed this time? Or will no one succeed at all? There were sovereigns conversing. Once a sovereign's divine sense was released, it could instantly envelop a boundless region, and they could communicate with sovereigns of other regions. This time, practically all the sovereigns in the ancestral realm were alarmed, even some super old monsters jumped out, causing people to be greatly surprised. In truth, there were many sovereigns in the ancestral realm who were stuck in the extreme Dao secret realm. Since ancient times, no one had ever succeeded, they had all failed. The consequences of failure were extremely severe. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled, and even if they weren't completely crippled, they would be half crippled, falling from the extreme Dao realm. This was a major matter that all the sovereigns paid attention to. If someone succeeded, the power structure of the entire ancestral realm would be reshuffled. Whoever could truly surpass the extreme Dao realm would become the realm lord of the ancestral realm, invincible in a realm. That was true invincibility, unrivaled in a realm. In the ancestral realm, there had never been an unrivaled existence who could sweep through a realm. In other words, there had never been a realm lord in the ancestral realm. No one can succeed. The end of the extreme Dao realm is already the end, there can't be a higher realm. Some of the supremes of the older generation said disdainfully, no one has ever succeeded, who can be an exception? Someone supported this view. You can't say it like that, I know someone who walked an unconventional path and achieved transcendence. Someone had a different view. That can also be considered as transcending the extreme Dao realm? Some old sovereigns didn't think so. In the Lost Lands, Yi Qingtian and the peerless evil ancestor walked an unconventional path. Even Jiyu Fei felt that there was something wrong with that path. As expected, the old celestial clan lord's aura soon became unstable. However, he still persisted. On the contrary, Jiyu Fei's aura was very stable. 10 streams of energy collided unceasingly as the 10 phantoms in the sky battled endlessly. 10 streams of energy spread out, actually showing signs of fusing together. Grand mist energy could refine the essence of the heavens. With the grand mist phantoms as the center, the 9 phantoms actually formed some sort of connection. This connection was very subtle, forming a mysterious and unfathomable force, as if a single strand of energy could suppress the myriad Taos in the world. Perhaps this was the power of Taoless. Taoless could suppress Taoless, perhaps this was the logic behind it. Of course, all of this was Gu Fei's deduction, there was no proof. In Gu Fei's view, this was the true Tao. The extreme Tao was also a Tao. Even if one cultivated to the end of the Tao, it was still within the scope of the Tao. Taoless was absolutely beyond the Tao. The seclusion of Gu Fei and the old celestial clan lord triggered a huge debate among the extreme Tao supremes. Almost all the extreme Tao supremes were alarmed. Even the supremes of the other regions spoke out, they were all watching. This was because there was no path ahead. But now, all the supremes seemed to see a path appearing in front of them. All the supremes could no longer sit still. Time passed. At the original location of the lightning lake, 10 blurry figures were still fighting endlessly. This battle lasted for a month, and it showed no signs of stopping. And in the ancestral land where the old celestial clanlord was, the old celestial clanlord's aura could no longer be sensed. Just when everyone thought that the old celestial clanlord had failed, his aura suddenly erupted once more, shaking the heavens. The old celestial clanlord's state seemed to be very strange. This surprised all the supremes. Could it be that this former number 1 supremacy of the southern region had chosen an alternative path of transcendence? Transcendence like Yi Qingtian wasn't true transcendence. Although he could suppress the myriad Taos in the world, he still relied on merging with the heavenly Tao to do so. Once he left the heavenly Tao, he would immediately return to his original state. But Gu Fei was different. He had always been domineering, and had never thought of walking the path of transcendence like Yi Qingtian. Just how much longer does Master need before he stops? Outside the region sealed by the mountain and river cauldron, Supremacy Black Wind asked in shock. For the past month, the 6 supremes had been guarding outside, not daring to take a single step away. It must be known that whether Gu Fei succeeded or failed, it was closely related to them. This was because Gu Fei had planted a forbidden technique on them. If Gu Fei died, they would also be buried with him. At this time, the Li and Chu clans didn't dare to act rashly. Li Changtian even taught his useless third brother a lesson, punishing him to reflect on his mistakes. As for the Chu clan, old eccentric Chu made a rare statement, ordering all the disciples to absolutely not clash with Gu Fei. Anyone who dared to defy him would be expelled from the Chu clan. After Gu Fei defeated old eccentric Chu, he had already shown mercy by not directly slaughtering his way into the Chu clan's ancestral grounds. Moreover, Gu Fei was in seclusion. With an extreme saint artifact and 6 supremes protecting him, who would dare to casually attack Gu Fei? Although no one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances, who could guarantee that Gu Fei wouldn't succeed? The entire southern domain of the primogenitor realm was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. It could even be said that swords were drawn and bows were drawn. Some factions had already begun to move. The Li and Chu clans had also made their corresponding preparations. Chapter 39-20. The seclusion of Gu Fei and the celestial clan master affected the hearts of countless supremes in the ancestral realm. All the supremes were watching. One had to know that if someone could truly surpass the extreme Tao and become the legendary eternal ruler, it would be a major event that would change the history of the ancestral realm. However, many people didn't have much hope for this, because since ancient times, many heaven-defying existences had appeared in the ancestral realm. Even an existence more stunning than the celestial clan master failed. Could it be that Gu Fei and the celestial clan master were even stronger than those predecessors? There were too many people who failed, so much so that the supremes of the ancestral realm were in despair. Of course, many supremes believed that there was still a path at the end of the extreme Tao, but no one had ever been able to surpass it. At this time, there were still no signs of Gu Fei and the celestial clan master coming out. However, their auras gradually changed, especially the Celestial Clan Master. His aura became very strange. The Celestial Clan Master's aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, it was as if it was about to disappear. When it was strong, it shook the heavens. It was absolutely terrifying. The Celestial Clan Master's aura had long been empty. All the disciples of the Celestial Clan had already left. Only the Celestial Clan Master was in seclusion. Rumble, the Celestial Clan Master's aura instantly became extremely powerful. The great Tao of the heavens was completely suppressed. It was as if he had successfully broken free. At this moment, the divine souls of countless supremes trembled. This was a suppression that surpassed everything, a complete suppression. In front of this divine might, even supremes of the extreme Tao had to lower their heads. Only existences at Yi Qingtian's level could barely withstand it. However, how many existences like Yi Qingtian were there in the ancestral realm? However, this divine might from the Celestial Clan Master only lasted for less than an hour before suddenly disappearing. It was as if it had never appeared. This is so strange. The Celestial Clan Master is most likely going to be unlucky. Someone said something like that. No one was optimistic about the Celestial Clan Master. This way, those who had offended Jiyu Fei would also be unlucky, especially the Li clan and the Chu clan. I hope that Jiyu Fei doesn't succeed. The Li clan's third progenitor appeared outside Jiyu Fei's seclusion grounds. His expression was incomparably grave. He wanted to ask his elder brother to take advantage of Jiyu Fei's seclusion to deal with Jiyu Fei. However, Li Changtian taught him a lesson instead, and even punished him to reflect on his mistakes. However, this guy had only faced the wall for a few days before he slipped away. The second primogenitor's figure appeared beside the third primogenitor, grabbing him with one hand. "Follow me back," the second progenitor of the Li clan said solemnly. "Second brother, you," the third ancestor of the Li clan was unhappy. He had been controlled by the first ancestor and the second ancestor all his life. They were always a hindrance to everything he did. This made him extremely depressed. "You what you? You dare to disobey boss? Be careful, boss might seal you in the ancestral vein for 10,000 years out of anger." The second progenitor of the Li clan frowned. "Second brother, can you leave me alone?" The third ancestor of the Li clan said angrily. "Leave you alone? If we didn't, you would have been beaten to death by Jiyu Fei long ago." The second ancestor of the Li clan said angrily. His younger brother didn't have any other abilities, but he was very good at causing trouble. If it weren't for him and his elder brother protecting him, he would have died countless times already. Boom! At this moment, an even greater divine might erupted from Jiyu Fei's seclusion grounds. The entire world shook, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared like black lightning bolts wreaking havoc. This, the third ancestor of the Li clan, was extremely shocked. He felt like his soul was about to collapse, and his skin felt like it was about to split open. He had no choice but to retreat even further. How is this possible? The second ancestor of the Li clan was also stunned. This kind of divine might had already surpassed the extreme Tao. It was the pressure of a different realm, suppressing all the other supremes. Did he succeed? One of the Paragon old-timers said something like that. "Impossible, this is simply impossible," a supreme muttered to himself in a daze. However, this kind of divine might that reigned above the myriad Taos was absolutely not fake. Even the supremes from other regions were bewildered. They were all existences of the extreme Tao. At their level of cultivation, they could already sense that there might be a higher realm than extreme supremes. However, this feeling was illusory and very surreal. They didn't know where to start or how to comprehend this realm. But now, they saw hope. They felt like the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron that enveloped the world shook constantly as if it was about to soar into the sky. Ancient Tao runes appeared on the cauldron. Every rune was releasing the powerful power of the great Tao of primordial chaos. However, although the great Tao of primordial chaos was strong, it was still within the realm of Taos. The divine might released by Jiyu Fei had surpassed Taos. At this time, Even the mountain and river cauldron couldn't withstand it. This Tao treasure, all the Supremes were shocked. The mountain and river cauldron's aura was too powerful. It could actually suppress the Tao aura that erupted from Ji Yufei's body. It seems like a supreme antique who had lived for countless years suddenly had his eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. Ji Yufei, you little bee ***, your grandfather can't hold on any longer. A disheveled old man rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and started yelling the moment he came out. The spectating Supremes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This guy actually dared to speak to a peerless villain like Ji Yufei, a supreme killer? One had to know that ever since Ji Yufei successfully passed the sovereign heavenly tribulation and became a supreme, he had continuously defeated Supremes. Even the Wood clan, one of the 5 elements divine clans, was annihilated by him. The old clan leader of the Sky clan, Li Changtian, and Old Monster Chu were all defeated by him. Even the old clan leader of the Sky clan wouldn't dare to speak to Ji Yufei like this. Just as the disheveled old man finished speaking, an item immediately flew out from the void sealed by the mountain and river cauldron and was caught by the disheveled old man. Haha, this is different. The disheveled old man laughed and immediately took out the item in his hand. In the next moment, it was as if the power of the great Tao in the universe was drawn over. Countless divine lights descended from the sky and directly entered the item in the disheveled old man's hand. Then, a pitch-black roulette flew out from his hand, instantly becoming much larger than a mountain, enveloping the entire world. A godly might that wasn't any weaker than the mountain and river cauldron, and even surpassed it, spread out from the wheel in the sky. The wheel of the heavens and realms? All the Supremes in the primogenitor realm were shocked. They never expected Ji Yufei to hand the wheel of the heavens and realms to an artifact spirit to use. The moment the wheel of the heavens and realms appeared, almost all the Supremes were envious. This was the publicly acknowledged number 1 Tao artifact in the primogenitor realm. It could gather the power of the heavens and unleash godly might that could destroy the world. In particular, the legends regarding the wheel of the heavens and realms tempted these Supremes even more. Whoever obtained the wheel of the heavens and realms would have the chance to become the ruler of the primogenitor realm. However, no matter how envious they were, no one dared to make a move. Be it the mountain and river cauldron or the wheel of the heavens and realms, the power that they unleashed was too strong. Ordinary Supremes would be destroyed before they could even get close to these 2 Tao artifacts. Even the supremacies in the extreme mystic realm didn't dare to take the risk. It wouldn't be worth it if they ended up dying just to fight for the wheel of the heavens and realms. Although there was the risk of death for Supremes, theoretically, the lifespan of Supremes was already unlimited. The death of Supremes wasn't because of their lifespan, but because of their power. For Supremes, they wouldn't die if they didn't court death themselves. Even for the Supremes killed by Ji Yufei, if they hadn't offended Ji Yufei right from the start, Ji Yufei definitely wouldn't have killed them for no reason. At that moment, the second and third primogenitors of the Li clan were filled with regret. If they hadn't offended Ji Yufei, the Li clan wouldn't have faced the danger of being exterminated. Once Ji Yufei succeeded in crossing the Supreme Tao and became the first existence in history to do so, he would most likely attack the Li clan. At that moment, the power of the wheel of the heavens and realms was displayed. The power of the heavens and realms surged from the wheel of the heavens and realms and immediately suppressed the power of the Supreme Tao that erupted from Ji Yufei's body. The primordial power of the mountain and river cauldron and the power of the myriad realms guided by the wheel of the heavens and realms immediately blocked the power of the Supreme Tao that erupted from Ji Yufei's body. Master is going to succeed. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were surprised and delighted. Haha, the primogenitor realm is going to be our world. The Black Wind Supreme laughed out loud, attracting the attention of the other Supremes. Master hasn't truly succeeded yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the wheel of the heavens and realms. The Thunder Tao Supreme frowned. He didn't feel any heartache over the destruction of the Lightning Lake because he had already moved away the Lightning Ancestral Earth Vein beneath the Lightning Lake. With the Lightning Ancestral Earth Vein, he could rebuild the Lightning Lake. However, The fact that Ji Yufei was going to use the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms shocked the Thunder Dao Supreme. Hearing the Thunder Dao Supreme's words, the faces of the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others immediately turned solemn. Their fates were already tightly tied to Ji Yufei. If Ji Yufei perished, they would also perish. However, if Ji Yufei could become the first person in history to break free from the Supreme Dao, their status would also rise. The primogenitor realm would really become their world. What's going on? Less than an hour after Ji Yufei used the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms, the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms was actually shaken by the mighty power of the Supreme Dao and was shaking non-stop. What? Even the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms can't suppress it. Seeing this scene, all the Supremes were dumbfounded. Chapter 39:21. Even the mountain and river cauldron and the wheel of myriad celestial realms were incapable of suppressing the aura surging out from Ji Yufei's body. The two most powerful Dao artifacts shook violently, seemingly on the verge of being blown away. How is this possible? The Li clan's third ancestor was shocked. If the current Ji Yufei wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. The Chu clan's supreme's expression changed. The stronger Ji Yufei was, the more impossible it was for them to survive. They had already offended Ji Yufei. Is he really going to take that step? An old monster among the supreme beings said this. Ji Yufei and the celestial race. 1C84. The clan leader's seclusion had alarmed all the supremes in the primogenitor's realm. Even those old supremes who had long since ceased to care about worldly affairs jumped out. This guy, the Chu clan's old monster Chu, appeared in the sky. He stared at the extremely chaotic space in front of him, and the sun, moon, and stars seemed to sink in his eyes. Someone saw Li Changtian's figure appearing nearby. Li Changtian also came. He hid in the dark and observed Ji Yufei. He also wanted to break through the extreme Dao and become a true invincible expert who surpassed all existences. Different from the Tian clan's old clan master, Ji Yufei's aura was extremely strong from start to finish. Buzz. The space shook. Roar. In the middle of the void that was sealed by the mountain river cauldron and the wheel of myriad realms, Ji Yufei roared towards the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread out and ancient Dao patterns exploded in the void. The mountain and river cauldron and the wheel of worlds shook violently. They were about to be shaken away. At this critical moment, a demonic pagoda and a divine sword flew out. The demonic pagoda became as large as a mountain, suppressing the area. The divine sword also emitted astonishing waves of sword chi. The formless sword chi enveloped the entire area and sealed it. It was the heavenly demon pagoda and the myriad god ancestral sword. Once these two supreme Dao treasures appeared, the cauldron of mountain and river and the wheel of myriad realms that were about to be sent flying stabilized again. The four sovereign Dao artifacts floated in the four directions. At the same time, the vast and powerful sovereign energy finally suppressed the supreme power that was surging out from Ji Yufei's body. When they saw this scene, all of the nearby supreme beings were stupefied, finding this hard to believe. Four great Dao artifacts, that was definitely comparable to four great supreme lords. This was especially true for the wheel of the myriad realms and the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Even supremacies might not be able to compete with these two great Dao artifacts. As for the heavenly demon tower, it was a supreme demonic tool that was jointly refined by the 12 ancestral demons of the ancestral demon realm. It was known as the number one demonic tool in the ancestral demon realm, so the power of the heavenly demon tower was naturally not to be underestimated. As for the 10,000 gods ancestral sword, it was the number one divine artifact in the ancestral god realm. Its power was no weaker than the heavenly devil tower. In fact, it might even surpass it. At this time, the four great super Dao artifacts displayed their might at the same time. Even an existence like the old Tian clan master had to kneel before them. In front of these four great Dao artifacts, the other supreme beings were as weak as ants. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The energy waves that erupted from Ji Yufei's body became even stronger, actually shaking the four great Dao artifacts. This gave all of the watching supreme beings quite a fright. At this time, Ji Yufei's essence, breath, and spirit had already been fused into one. The 10 great phantoms that were fighting endlessly in the sky became even more illusory, as if they were about to disappear into the void. The power of the 10 paths actually began to fuse. This was unbelievable to everyone. Gu Fei's essence, breath, and spirit began to fuse into the power of the 10 paths. The power of the 10 paths gradually fused with his mental energy, circulating wildly in his body. The power of the 10 paths fused with Gu Fei's essence, breath, and spirit. After circulating countless times in his body, the power gathered at the top of his head. He wanted to leap out, rush out of the top of his head, and transcend everything. The power of the 10 paths within Gu Fei's body was gradually changing his physique. His physical body was undergoing a subtle yet thorough transformation. His physical body was gradually transforming into an eternal body. Gu Fei immersed himself in cultivation. He didn't care about anything happening in the outside world. Time continued to pass. Unknowingly, he had already been in seclusion for a year. The 10 paths finally turned into the tyrannical Tao. Gu Fei's body no longer had the slightest bit of Tao aura. The power of eternity condensed on his body. Every single move he made contained great might. The power of eternity wanted to rush out of his body, but it failed time and time again. It was as if there was a towering mountain in front of him that he couldn't climb. After Gu Fei's power turned into the tyrannical Tao, the pressure that emanated from his body gradually weakened. In the end, this aura even disappeared. Did he succeed or fail? The spectating Supremes were all guessing nervously. In the end, everything returned to nothingness. A figure sat in the void. The 4 supreme Tao treasures turned into 4 rays of divine light that rushed into this figure. Gu Fei, when the Supremes of the Li clan and Chu clan saw the figure in the void, they couldn't help but feel fearful. No one knew exactly how powerful this peerless savage was. Over the past year, the primogenitor's realm had been in turmoil. Various heroes fought for supremacy. The entire primogenitor's realm was gradually thrown into chaos. If it was completely thrown into chaos, it would definitely be a disaster for the countless living beings in the primogenitor's realm. What's going on? Everyone was extremely curious. However, no one dared to step forward and provoke Gu Fei. In particular, the Li clan's 3rd ancestor and 2nd ancestor carefully sized up the figure floating in the void. Boom! Just when no one dared to make a move, a ball of demonic lightning descended from the sky and blasted the figure. In the next moment, the demonic destructive power that erupted was actually devoured by Gu Fei's physical body. How is this possible? The voice of one of the Chu clan's elders was trembling. Just as Gu Fei devoured the demonic lightning, a sea of lightning appeared in the sky. Endless lightning bolts were wreaking havoc. They were like black lightning that flashed for a moment before reappearing again. Gu Fei, how dare you kill the supremacies of my primogenitor demon territory? Go to hell! An angry roar came from the sky. The sea of lightning directly obliterated Gu Fei. Everywhere it passed, the void was constantly annihilated. The primogenitor demon had arrived. Gu Fei suddenly raised his head. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The terrifying sea of demonic lightning was actually devoured by him. Damn it! An angry roar came from the depths of the sky. Then, a huge demonic figure appeared in the sky. A huge hand that was even larger than a mountain grabbed at Gu Fei. You're courting death. Gu Fei sneered and waved his sleeve. The demonic figure immediately vanished into thin air, as if it had never been there. Kill. Shocking killing intent erupted. The extremely powerful demonic figures stepped out of the void and attacked Gu Fei. Come on, what's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei stood up in the void and stared at the demonic figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out. Countless demonic figures were directly devoured by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's inhalation seemed to be devouring the entire world. Go. In the sky, the guy who had not shown himself all this time wanted to escape. Come out. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sky with his 5 fingers. His 5 fingers closed and shrouded a part of the world. A figure was caught by Gu Fei's grab. You can't kill me. The demonic figure begged for mercy in fear. However, Jiyu Fei did not care at all. He directly grabbed the monstrous demonic figure and destroyed his body and soul. You're just a little demon from the ancestor demon territory. How dare you come here and act presumptuously? 111C Jiyu Fei said indifferently. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they saw this. Jiyu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess had actually risen once again. At this moment, he would be able to kill an honorable existence with a single hand. An ordinary supreme was as weak as an ant in front of Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei, eat my sword. At this moment, a furious roar resounded from afar. After that, an extremely dazzling sword light swept towards Jiyu Fei. It was as if the heavens and the earth had been split into two by the sword light. This kind of sword chi could destroy everything. It was the power of the emotion destroyer swordsmanship. This was a cultivation force outside the southern region. This emotion destroyer swordsman did not think that Jiyu Fei would be his opponent. What extreme path legend? It was all bullshit. Although Emotion Destroyer Swordsman had seen how powerful Jiyu Fei was and how he could kill a supreme demon with one hand, he knew that he could also do it. A sword strike could destroy everything. However, Jiyu Fei casually stretched out his right hand and flicked the extinction sword light. The next moment, the extinction sword light collapsed inch by inch. The power directly passed from the sword light to Emotion Destroyer Swordsman's hand that was holding the sword. Then, Emotion Destroyer Swordsman was unlucky. His hand that was holding the sword also exploded, followed by a small part of his body. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No one expected Jiyu Fei to be so powerful with just a flick of his finger. This was simply the rhythm of killing a supreme with a flick of his finger. Could he really have transcended? Those old supreme beings who had lived for countless years were extremely excited at this moment. They seemed to have witnessed the birth of a miracle. Jiyu Fei had pointed out a cultivation path for them, a path that could allow them to transcend. However, these old supreme beings felt that Jiyu Fei's aura was a little strange, but they could not find any problems at the moment. There was a secret on Jiyu Fei's body that no one knew about. This secret could drive people crazy. However, although everyone was extremely curious, they did not dare to offend Jiyu Fei. There's actually a path at the end of the extreme path. Old Monster Chu, Li Changtian, and other supremes of this level all saw hope. However, so what if they saw hope? If they wanted to take that step, they still had to rely on themselves. Chapter 39-22. In the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan, a figure sat cross-legged in the chaos as if it had existed since ancient times. It was motionless and breathless like a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, the figure suddenly opened its eyes and let out a long howl towards the sky. In the next moment, a sound wave immediately spread out in all directions with this figure as the center. Everything in the wake of the sound wave instantly turned into dust. The ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan had been strengthened by the supreme powerhouses of the Sky Clan for generations. They had set up layers of extreme Dao protective formations. However, under the impact of the sound wave, countless protective formations dissipated one after another. Countless Dao patterns were directly turned into nothingness. Even the most powerful extreme Dao formation could not withstand 2 breaths of time. It directly collapsed. Countless ancient formation patterns were directly annihilated by the sound wave. Mountains disappeared from the ground just like that. The sacred land was instantly turned into ruins. Even the ancestral veins of the earth were affected. A sonorous sound came from the depths of the earth. The ancestral earth vein in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan turned into an ancestral dragon and directly fled. The ancestral earth vein was originally bound under the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan. Now, the current clan leader of the Sky Clan used a secret technique to release the ancestral earth vein. If he did not release the ancestral earth vein, the ancestral earth vein would probably not be able to be preserved. On a mountain peak 100,000 miles away from the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan, a white-robed young man looked in the direction of the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan with a solemn expression. This young man was Tian Qian. He had always been by the side of the old clan leader of the Sky Clan. The elders of the Sky Clan were grooming him as the next clan leader. Tien Qian's talent was absolutely heaven-defying. He was the #1 person in the younger generation of the Sky Clan. He had cultivated for a much shorter time than the older generation of the Sky Clan, but he was already a supreme old ancestor succeeded. At this moment, the Sky Clan powerhouses nearby were all surprised and happy. If the old ancestor successfully took that step, not only would the Sky Clan become the #1 power in the southern region, but the old clan leader would also be able to rule over the entire ancestral realm. The ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan could be considered to be completely destroyed. That sound wave broke through everything. Countless mountains collapsed and turned into dust. However, the Tien clan elders did not feel any heartache at all. If the old ancestor really succeeded in taking that step, let alone the Heavenly Clan's ancestral land, even if the entire southern territory was destroyed, the Heavenly Clan's elders would not feel any heartache. At this moment, a figure walked out from the chaos. This person had a head full of white hair and tattered clothes. It was the Tien clan's old clan lord. An astonishing change was happening to the Tien clan's old clan lord. The old Tien clan lord's white hair quickly turned black, the wrinkles on his face quickly disappeared, and his entire person became younger. The surrounding Tien clan warriors were all dumbstruck as they watched this scene. In the end, the old Tien clan lord became a young man in his early 20s, much younger than Tien Qian. And what truly shocked the experts of the Tien clan was that even the lord could not see through the depths of the Tien clan's old lord. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the old lord's cultivation was far above theirs. The celestial race's current clan master was a peak supreme being, exceptionally powerful. Today, when I come out of seclusion, I will be invincible. The Tien clan's old clan lord looked up at the sky, his gaze becoming incomparably deep. Following that, he directly grabbed towards the void, and the earth ancestral vein that had escaped earlier was actually directly captured by him. It quickly shrunk and was caught in his hand. When the experts of the Tien clan saw this, they could not help but be moved. The earth ancestral chi contained within the Tien clan's ancestral land was something that even an ordinary sovereign would not be able to suppress. Even if the current clan lord of the Tien clan were to take action, it would be difficult for him to capture this earth ancestral vein so easily. At this time, it was as if the Tien clan's old clan lord's hand was grabbing onto an ancestral dragon. The dragon-shaped earth vein was constantly struggling in his hand, wanting to escape. However, all of this was futile. A powerful force emerged from the Tien clan's old clan lord's hand, and the dragon-shaped earth vein in his hand immediately quietened down. The experts of the Tien clan were astonished once again. The old ancestor could easily suppress the earth ancestral vein. Such a method definitely surpassed the extreme path mystic realm. Just as the Tien clan's old clan lord came out of seclusion, the heaven and earth essence within a radius of billions of miles frantically gathered towards Gu Fei's place of seclusion. Above the sky, in the void, rays of spiritual light rushed towards Gu Fei from all directions, and then directly entered his body. Today, I shall become eternal. Gu Fei roared angrily. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from his head, directly breaking through the sealing power of the 4 great supreme Tao treasures, and went straight up to the 9 heavens. Rumble, a mighty pressure spread out, directly suppressing the power of the 10,000 realms. The mountain and river cauldron, myriad deities' ancestral sword, heavenly demon pagoda, and myriad realms will all fell from the sky, directly smashing into the depths of the earth. The nearby sovereigns all vomited blood and flew backwards. Within the divine light, a figure was faintly discernible. All the sovereigns felt their souls tremble. The mighty pressure from the divine light directly suppressed the sovereigns, forcing them to lower their heads. In the next moment, the figure bathed in the eternal light directly rushed down from the sky. With a boom, it directly rushed into their physical bodies. Then, the eternal light filled their entire bodies. Their flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all changing, transforming towards eternity. The eternal martial body was absolutely terrifying. His momentum is already complete. Even if Big Brother makes a move, it will be useless. The Li clan's 3rd progenitor side. Previously, He had wanted to ask his big brother to take advantage of the fact that Jiyu Fei was in seclusion to catch him off guard and kill him. However, his big brother was unwilling to make a move. At this time, even if his big brother was willing to make a move, it was already too late. Those who had some grudges with Jiyu Fei were miserable. Very soon, a divine cocoon formed from the eternal power appeared in front of everyone. Very soon, a divine cocoon formed from the eternal power appeared in front of everyone. When the shooting sun supremacy and the others saw this scene, they were all stunned. Master is going to succeed. The Dark Path Supremacy's voice was trembling as he said this. The people of the Chu clan and the Li clan retreated immediately. Jiyu Fei was going to surpass the extreme Tao and become the legendary eternal celestial lord or realm lord. That legendary realm was the eternal realm. Jiyu Fei might become an existence in the eternal realm. In the primogenitor's realm, there had never been an existence of this level. The eternal realm, an existence that could not be destroyed by myriad tribulations. Even if the world was destroyed, he would not die. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the divine cocoon formed by Jiyu Fei. This person was very young. Judging from his appearance, he was only about 20 years old. He was the Sky Clan's old clan leader who had just come out of seclusion. He directly came before the divine cocoon. The Sky Clan's old clan leader only took a look at the divine cocoon before directly disappearing into the void, vanishing without a trace. No one knew that this fellow was actually the Sky Clan's old clan leader. Although Jiyu Fei had transformed into a cocoon, the 4 great Super Tao treasures were still present. 4 beams of divine light rushed out, and each beam of divine light wrapped around a Super Tao treasure. The divine might that erupted from the 4 great Super Tao treasures was in no way weaker than an existence in the extreme Tao mystic realm. If these 4 great Super Tao treasures joined forces, even a super expert in the extreme Tao mystic realm could be easily killed. However, the divine cocoon that Jiyu Fei had transformed into quickly exploded. Cracks appeared on its surface, and in the next moment, the entire divine cocoon collapsed. A figure appeared in front of everyone. They saw that Jiyu Fei's body had no aura at all, and he was just like a walking corpse. This was because Jiyu Fei's aura did not leak out from his entire body. His aura was completely restrained, and no one could see the depth of his strength. No one dared to underestimate Jiyu Fei. But at this moment, Jiyu Fei suddenly took a step forward. 5b4. In an instant, he disappeared into the void. Even the strongest supreme present did not see how Jiyu Fei left. Jiyu Fei left just like that, and no one knew where he was going, or what he was going to do. What's going on? Why did Master leave? The Supreme who were about to step forward and greet Jiyu Fei saw this, and they were all stunned, not knowing what had happened. At this time, Jiyu Fei directly came to the East region, crossing a region with a single step. This was truly unimaginably fast. The East region was a place where experts came forth in large numbers. Compared to the South region, the East region had more extreme Tao Supremes, be it in terms of quality or quantity. Jiyu Fei thought about it, then directly transformed into a mortal, and entered an inconspicuous city in the East region. He wanted to enter the world and temper his Tao heart. At that time, he could truly become a perfect and flawless realm lord that reigned above all Taos, and rule over the entire ancestral realm. At this time, the Sky Clan leader also left the South region, and headed for the North region. That place was a world of ice and snow, and it was sparsely populated, which was suitable for him to cultivate. The departure of Jiyu Fei and the Tian clan's old clan master caused the forces under them to be at a loss. Regardless of whether it was Jiyu Fei or the Sky Clan leader, they left without leaving any instructions. However, no one dared to provoke the shooting Sun Supreme, because everyone had witnessed the scene of Jiyu Fei breaking out of the cocoon. He was a terrifying existence that could suppress all the supreme beings. Master. B68. Where did he go? The shooting Sun Supreme and the others used all methods to try and find Jiyu Fei's whereabouts, but it was all in vain. They almost dug the entire South region 3 feet deep, but still could not find any news about Jiyu Fei. Did Master leave the South region? The Thunder Tao Supreme pondered for a long time before saying this. With their forces, Wasn't it a piece of cake to find a person in the South region? However, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could not find Jiyu Fei, and there was only one reason. Jiyu Fei had left the ancestral realm southern region and headed for another region. Although the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were powerful, it was difficult for them to cover the entire ancestral realm. Time passed. 1 month, half a year, 2 years. Chapter 39-23. Jiyu Fei and the Tian clan leader actually disappeared. This caused countless supremes in the primogenitor realm to feel incredulous. Because everyone thought that the two of them had surpassed the extreme Tao. Existences that surpassed the extreme Tao were definitely the strongest existences in the primogenitor realm. They were sector lords that were invincible in the primogenitor realm. However, no one expected that not only Jiyu Fei, even the Tian clan leader had disappeared. No one could find them, as if they were no longer in this world. Jiyu Fei had conquered a large territory in the southern region of the primogenitor realm. But now, he actually abandoned this territory and left. And the Tian clan leader was Nan. B68. He was the pillar of the Tian clan. If he left, who could protect the Tian clan? The current Tian clan leader? Stop joking. Some people thought that Jiyu Fei and the Tian clan leader had only left temporarily, or that they were hiding. In the end, they would still return. When they returned, they would definitely attract the attention of the world. However, after 10 years, Jiyu Fei and the Tian clan leader still hadn't returned. There was no news at all. Hence, some people started to get restless. Haha, Jiyu Fei and the others must have failed. I wonder where they died. Someone said such words of Schadenfreude. We don't know about Jiyu Fei, but our old ancestor's spirit tablet is still here. Our old ancestor is still alive and well. Someone from the Tian clan jumped out immediately. That person was slapped in the face. He immediately didn't dare to make a sound. Perhaps no one knew if Jiyu Fei was dead or alive, but the Tian clan's old clan master was definitely alive, because the Tian clan kept the old clan master's spirit tablet. If the Tian clan leader died, the spirit tablet would immediately shatter. But the Tian clan leader's spirit tablet was still intact. And precisely because of this, none of the forces in the southern region dared to attack the Tian clan. One had to know that once the Tian clan leader returned, they would all be in trouble. However, the forces left behind by Jiyu Fei were different. No one knew if Jiyu Fei was dead or alive. Shooting Sun Supreme, Thunder Path Supreme and the others also didn't come out to say anything. However, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others still knew that Jiyu Fei was still alive. If Jiyu Fei had died, they would have been buried with him. Since they were all living well, Jiyu Fei was naturally living well as well. However, the Shooting Sun Supreme Being and the others did not say anything. This way, the various forces of the southern region would not hold back. The first to make things difficult was the Li clan. The third primogenitor of the Li clan made a move and wiped out a city controlled by the Shooting Sun Supremacy. The millions of living beings in the city were completely annihilated. Even a quasi-supreme in the city couldn't escape. Under the bombardment of the Li clan's third primogenitor's hand, his body and soul were both destroyed. The Li clan really can't sit still anymore. Some people weren't surprised. It had been 10 years. The third primogenitor of the Li clan had been holding back for 10 years. It was time for him to vent his anger. This time, Li Changtian and the second primogenitor didn't stop the third primogenitor. They allowed him to make a move. They wanted to test the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Although Jiyu Fei left, he didn't take the Star Beast with him. That was an adult Star Beast. Its battle prowess was comparable to a supremacy. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others respected it as the Star Beast Venerable. With the Star Beast Venerable overseeing things, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others hadn't encountered any danger in the past 10 years. However, it was different now. Once the Li clan made a move, the other forces would flock over. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others felt an immense pressure. As expected, on the third day after the third primogenitor of the Li clan made his move, the Chu clan's Supreme Lingxiao also made his move. B68 then, He made his move and split an ancient city under the Shooting Sun Supreme's control in half. You be asterisk stards. When my master was around, you were all cowards. Now, you dare to come out and be arrogant. The Black Wind Supreme scolded. I don't even know where Jiyu Fei died. You'd better surrender obediently. That way, you might be able to keep your lives. Supreme Soaring Firmament of the Chu clan said these words. Preposterous. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were infuriated. This Supreme Lingxiao was just a Dao child by old monster Chu's side. How dare he speak so arrogantly? My master will die. The Heavenly Wind Supreme sneered in response to Supreme Lingxiao. At this time, the major forces of the southern region were ready to attack. Jiyu Fei had offended too many people. In an instant, it seemed like they were going to attack him together. Some mysterious and powerful figures began to appear near Supreme Ziyang's Purple Sun Mountain. Because the ancestral land of the Shooting Sun Temple and the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan had been destroyed, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could only temporarily stay at Supreme Ziyang's Purple Sun Mountain. The Purple Sun Mountain was Supreme Ziyang's ancestral land. The Purple Sun sect was a superforce in the southern region that had an extreme Dao supremacy overseeing it. However, the Purple Sun sect had attracted the attention of countless supremacies. However, those fellows didn't dare to attack the Purple Sun Mountain. In the back of the Purple Sun Mountain, a huge beast was sleeping soundly. Just as the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were in danger, in the eastern region of the Primogenitor realm, in a place called Stone Ox Town, a young hunter was carrying a wild boar on his back. Jiyu Fei, not bad. You hunted another wild boar. We'll have meat to eat tonight. At this moment, 3 young men in black walked over from the mountain path. These 3 young men in black were staring at the ordinary-looking young man called Jiyu Fei with a sinister smile. The 3 brothers of the Xing family? The young man called Jiyu Fei lifted his head and glanced at the 3 young men in black who were approaching him maliciously. The young man in black who was leading the group immediately reached out to snatch the black-furred wild boar that Jiyu Fei was carrying. The young man called Jiyu Fei didn't resist. He didn't say a word as he allowed these people to snatch the wild boar he had hunted. He's just a piece of trash, but he's quite good at hunting. The second brother of the Xing family, Xing Tian, said disdainfully. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and help us. We can have a pig feast tonight. The eldest brother of the Xing family said angrily. Yes, eldest brother. The second and third brothers of the Xing family hurried forward and helped the eldest brother carry away the wild boar that was supposed to belong to Jiyu Fei. This way, he would lose his dinner. Jiyu Fei was none other than Jiyu Fei from the southern domain. He had settled down in Stoneball Town, and during the past 10 years, he had been an ordinary hunter outside of Stoneball Town. 111 CBR he returned to his own residence, a thatched hut he had built himself. He opened the wooden door, walked in, and lay down on his bed. The current Jiyu Fei wasn't the Jiyu Fei who had swept through the world and killed supremes with a single hand. He was just a hunter outside of Stone Ox Town. He enjoyed this kind of peaceful life. When he was hungry, he would hunt to satisfy his hunger. When he was tired, he would sleep. He seemed to have forgotten everything in the past 10 years. Jiyu Fei, are you there? Someone called out to him from outside. Jiyu Fei abruptly sat up on his bed and opened the door. He saw a skinny, dark-skinned young man standing outside. He was barefoot and wearing animal skin clothing. He held a rabbit in his hand. Ayo, it's you? Jiyu Fei wasn't surprised to see the young man. This was the first and only friend he had made in Stone Ox Town in the past 10 years. The surname Ao was a big one in Stone Ox Town. The Ao race was the only cultivation clan in the town, and they were the rulers of the town. Ao, who was originally a direct descendant of the Ao race, but because he couldn't cultivate in the sky, he had wandered outside. He had already been forgotten by the direct descendants of the Ao race in Stone Ox Town. Who was Jiyu Fei? He could tell Ao whose constitution at a glance. Ao who had an Earth-type constitution, which made it difficult for him to cultivate the Ao race's cultivation methods. That was because the AO race's cultivation methods were metal-type. The two mutually countered each other. Cultivating a metal-type cultivation method wouldn't be beneficial to AO who, but rather harmful. It wasn't that AO who wasn't suited for cultivation. On the contrary, he had a rare earth-type constitution. Once he had a suitable cultivation method and a master to guide him, he would soar. The three Xing brothers have come to steal your prey again. They're really despicable. AO who said viciously. Forget it, it's just some prey. Ji Yufei waved his hand. Ji Yufei, you haven't eaten anything yet, right? After saying that, AO who threw the hair in his hand to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei skillfully cleaned the hair and started a bonfire. He placed the hair on the bonfire and roasted it. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air. Ji Yufei, tomorrow, the AO race's ancestral worship will be held. How about you accompany me to Stone Ox Town? AO who stared at the fire and suddenly asked. You want to go to Stone Ox Town? Ji Yufei couldn't help but be startled. He was very clear that AO who no longer had any relationship with the AO race in Stone Ox Town. Because AO whose parents were no longer here, he was alone. The AO race wouldn't accept him. AO who was an abandoned pawn of the AO race in Stone Ox Town. In fact, he wasn't even an abandoned pawn. As a member of the AO race, AO who naturally had the right to go. However, this also depended on whether or not the AO race would allow it. There was no need to ask to know that the AO race wouldn't let a piece of trash participate in their ancestral worship. Okay. Ji Yufei saw that AO who wasn't saying anything and directly nodded. Good brother. AO who stared deeply at Ji Yufei. He didn't want to return to the AO race, but he wanted to take back his parents' belongings. Those were left to him by his parents, not the AO race. This trip would be dangerous. It was very likely that they wouldn't be able to leave Stone Ox Town. However, Ji Yufei still agreed to accompany him. This friendship made AO who dare to make a move. At this time, the hair on the grill had been roasted until it was golden and glossy. The fragrance of meat wafted through the air. Ji Yufei and AO whose mouths twitched. They tore the meat from the grill and began to devour it in large bites. More than 10 kilograms of wild rabbit meat was quickly devoured by them. Ji Yufei and AO who were still unsatisfied. AO who immediately grabbed the bow and arrows beside him and plunged into the forest. Soon, he returned with 2 wild hares. The next day, early in the morning, after Ji Yufei and AO who finished their preparations, they headed straight for Stone Ox Town. Very quickly, they arrived outside the town. The town was filled with a festive atmosphere. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and banners, and brightly dressed AO race disciples could be seen walking around. Come, let's go in. Chapter 39-24. The eastern region of the primogenitor world had always been a place where experts came from. Even now, the eastern region still had 13 kings of supremacy and 6 exalts fighting for supremacy. The eastern region was the strongest of the primogenitor realm's 5 regions, excluding the central region. After all, the southern region of the primogenitor realm only had 3 supremacies, but the eastern region had 6 supremacies, which was double the number of the southern region. This was only on the surface. Who knew if there were any hidden supremes in the eastern region? Ji Yufei's Stone Ox Town was a small place under the rule of the Blackwater Supreme King. It was located in the mountains in the north of the eastern region. It was a desolate area. B68. This uncivilized place was called Eastern Wasteland. The Eastern Wasteland was very large. Blackwater Supreme's territory only took up a small portion of it. Stone Ox Town was called Stone Ox Town because it was located at the foot of Stone Ox Mountain. That mountain was like a ball lying on the ground. In the Eastern Wasteland, Stone Ox Town's environment was not bad. It gave birth to a cultivation clan, the AO race. Although the eastern wilderness of the eastern region was a barren land, there were still countless cultivators living there. The AO race was just one of the countless cultivation powers in the eastern wasteland. With Stone Ox Town as the center, within 1,000 miles of the town, there was a human settlement. There were more than 100,000 people living there. The AO race actually only numbered a few thousand, but they could rule this area. There was only one reason for this. The Ao race had a cultivation method. Even though it was a shallow one, it was enough to make the Ao race the strongest race in Stonox Town. At this time, because of the Ao race's ancestral worship ceremony, the scattered Ao race members had returned. Just as Gu Fei and Ao who were about to enter Stonox Town, they heard the sound of hooves behind them. They turned and saw a group of people riding black-scale colts appear on the main road. The leader was a middle-aged man in embroidered robes. He exuded the powerful aura of an immortal king. Immortal kings were nothing in the eastern wasteland, but in Stonox Town, they were almost invincible. Ao Hengxing. When Ao who saw this middle-aged man, his pupils instantly constricted. At this moment, Ao Hengxing had already brought a group of clansmen and arrived in front of Gu Fei and Ao Hu. The smoke and dust raised by the hooves of the horses blew towards them. "Hey, aren't you Ao Hu? Why are you back?" Ao Hengxing sat on the black-scale stallion and looked at Ao Hu coldly. "Let's go." Ao Hu didn't care about Ao Hengxing. He turned around and walked towards the gate of Stonox Town. Ao Hengxing rode his horse forward and stood in front of Gu Fei and Ao Hu. The people around him also dispersed and surrounded Gu Fei and Ao Hu. "Ao Hu, I am your uncle. What kind of attitude is this?" Ao Hengxing stared at Ao Hu and said coldly. Gu Fei was a little surprised when he heard that. This guy is Ao Hu's uncle. To put it bluntly, an uncle was a clansman of the same generation as Ao Hu's father. In terms of seniority, Ao Hu had to call Ao Hengxing uncle. However, Ao Hu knew that this uncle of his was one of the people who had tried to expel him from the Ao clan. In the end, although Ao Hu was not truly expelled from the Ao clan, he was expelled from Stonox Town. He could only be a hunter outside the town. 5B4R. What kind of attitude is this? You think you can be my uncle? Ao Hu lifted his head and looked at Ao Hengxing disdainfully. How dare you? Before Ao Hengxing could speak, a white-robed cultivator walked out from behind him. Ao Hu took a look and discovered that the white-robed young man was one of his cousins. His name was Ao Kang, and he was only in his 30s, but he was already an immortal god. Within 1,000 miles of Stonox Town, there were only a dozen or so immortal gods and above. Within the Ao clan, there were only 5 immortal kings, and Ao Hengxing was one of them. Ao Hu was not even a demigod. His physique was incompatible with the Ao clan's cultivation method, so he could not cultivate the Ao clan's cultivation method. His current cultivation method was the most basic body refining technique in the primogenitor's realm. It was impossible for him to become an immortal. A cultivation method that could allow one's body to become an immortal was at least an immortal god. Kneel and apologize to uncle. Otherwise, die. Ao Kang sat on the black scale horse, looking down at Ao Hu coldly. An icy murderous aura emanated from his body. He was not joking. He really wanted to kill Ao Hu. This person, Gu Fei, looked at him calmly. He could kill such an existence with a snap of his fingers. However, he did not want to do it now. Right now, Gu Fei was just an ordinary hunter near Stoneball Town. 5B4. He had already sealed his own cultivation. However, this didn't mean that he didn't have any combat power. His cultivation base was sealed, but he still had a physical body that was so tyrannical that even a supremacy would feel despair. Gu Fei's body was no longer a vessel of the Great Tao. Instead, it was a true body that had jumped out of the 3 realms and was not part of the 5 elements. There were no traces of the Great Tao on his body. Actually, this was the eternal true body. It could exist forever, undying and indestructible. Gu Fei had such a powerful eternal true body. Even if his cultivation was sealed, no one could hurt him, not even those supremacies. What did you say? Ao Hu fiercely raised his head and stared at Ao Kang. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Ao Kang's waist. He saw that Ao Kang had a saber strapped to his waist, a black-sheathed broadsword. The scabbard of the saber was engraved with a black dragon. Black dragon saber? When Ao Hu saw that blade, his eyes turned red. This was his father's inheritance, and Ao Kang actually obtained it. What? You want to take it back? Ao Kang coldly spoke. He noticed Aohu's expression and knew that Aohu had seen that saber. Black Dragon Saber, a high-grade immortal weapon. Even if it was given to you, a trash like you has no rights to use it. Ao Kang continued, his tone was filled with disdain. This saber is mine. Aohu gritted his teeth. Why aren't you kneeling and apologizing? Ao Kang couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this trash. His right hand was already B68. He grabbed the hilt. Ha ha ha. Aohu suddenly laughed. His heart was completely cold towards the Ao race. Ao Kang actually wanted to use his father's saber to kill him. Kill. Ao Kang didn't say anything more. A cold light shot out from his side and directly landed on Aohu's head. Cold saber chi permeated the air, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. He didn't even put Aohu, who wasn't even a demigod, in his eyes. A casual slash was enough to kill Aohu even without using immortal Dao energy. However, Ao Kang didn't hear a scream. He only felt his hand shake. Looking down, he was shocked to see Aohu grabbing the Black Dragon Saber with his bare hands. How is this possible? Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. They all looked at Aohu as if he was a monster. You. Ao Kang wanted to retract the Black Dragon Saber in Aohu's hand. However, the Black Dragon Saber seemed to be a part of Aohu's hand, not moving at all. In the next moment, Ao Kang felt his hand shake. The Black Dragon Saber in his hand was snatched away by Aohu. Immortal Ascension? At this moment, even Ao Hungxing, the Immortal King, was shocked. However, at this moment, Aohu grasped the Black Dragon blade and casually slashed out. An extremely sharp blade light instantly rushed out from the Black Dragon blade. In an instant, Ao Kang and the black scale horse he was riding on were cleaved in half. You! Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even Ao Hungxing, the clan uncle, almost fell off the black scale stallion. You killed Ao Kang? Ao Hungxing didn't expect that Aohu would dare to kill Ao Kang. One should know that Ao Kang was the next patriarch of the Ao tribe. But now, this next patriarch was dead. He died in the hands of a trash that was chased out of Stone Ox Town. He wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to kill him. Ao Kang caressed the Black Dragon Saber in his hand expressionlessly. This high-grade immortal weapon was vibrating lightly. Saber energy filled the air, full of spirituality. Ji Yufei only watched quietly from the side. He had already seen through Aohu's cultivation. Immortal ascension was nothing in Ji Yufei's eyes. The reason why Aohu was able to become a god with his physical body was because he had eaten an immortal fruit, which completely transformed his body into that of an immortal god. Ji Yufei had actually helped Aohu in the dark, allowing him to obtain a physique cultivation technique from an ancient ruin in Stone Ox Mountain. Boom! The pressure of an immortal king exploded. Ao Hungxing leaped from the back of his horse and slammed his palm towards Aohu. Rumble! A giant golden palm appeared in the sky. Like a golden mountain, it enveloped Aohu and Ji Yufei. The other races of the Ao tribe? 16D0? He hurriedly rode the black scale stallion and retreated. At this time, Aohu waved his right hand and sent Ji Yufei thousands of feet away. He stood proudly under the giant palm that was descending from the sky. When the giant golden palm was about to hit him, he threw a punch upward. Bang! After a muffled sound, a silhouette broke through the golden palm and soared into the sky, attacking the golden silhouette in the sky. How is this possible? This time, Ao Hungxing was truly shocked. Aohu's combat ability was too strong. To be able to fight against him, this was a miracle. An immortal god fighting an immortal king. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? If Aohu dared to return to Stone Ox Village during the Ao race's ancestral worship ceremony, then he must have anticipated everything that would happen. If he wasn't capable, why would he return? This time, he wanted the Ao tribe to pay a heavy price. Chapter 39-25. Ancestral World's Eastern Domain, Eastern Wasteland, outside Stoneball Town, Aohu took back his father's relic, the Black Dragon Saber, from Ao Kang. Then, he split Ao Kang in half. The miserable Ao Kang was a young genius of the Ao tribe in Stoneball Town. Moreover, he had the upper immortal treasure, the Black Dragon Saber. Even against the immortal gods of the previous generation, he could still fight. However, no one expected that Ao Kang could not even withstand a single slash from Ao Hu and was directly split into two halves by Ao Hu. This completely angered immortal King Ao Hungxing. Immortal kings, in a small place like Stoneball Town, were considered top experts. There were only 5 immortal kings within a 1,000-mile radius of Stoneball Town. 5 immortal kings ruled over a 1,000-mile radius of Stoneball Town. The lives and deaths of countless beings within this 1,000-mile radius were in the hands of these 5 immortal kings. Ao Hungxing attacked furiously, but Ao Hu broke through the golden light palm and arrived in front of him. Die. Ao Hu didn't hesitate and directly punched towards Ao Hungxing. On his body, there was an indistinct shadow of a giant golden ape. Damn it! Ao Hungxing roared and pressed his right hand forward. Bam! Catcher! A muffled crash and the sound of bones breaking resounded. Then, the rest of the Ao tribe saw a scene they couldn't believe. A figure was sent flying several thousand feet away, smashing into a small mountain. The entire mountain exploded, sending countless rocks flying in all directions. The loud noise spread throughout the entire town. Even people a dozen miles away could hear it. What happened? At this time, countless cultivators had gathered in Stoneball Town. The Ao race's ancestral worship ceremony was a big event for the entire town. Countless cultivators from the Ao race had gathered from all over. This was definitely a grand event for the cultivation world. At this time, all the cultivators in Stoneball Town were alarmed by the loud noise outside. Some rocks even smashed into the town. Stoneball Town, the ancestral ground of the Ao tribe. Inside the ancestral temple, a white-haired old man sat on a praying mat. B68. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. Ao Yu, go out and take a look. The old man closed his eyes again after saying that. Yes, ancestor. Outside the gate of the ancestral temple, a person bowed and replied before quietly retreating. A beam of celestial light shot up from the ancestral temple and landed in front of Stonyark's town. At this moment, an angry roar was heard as a silhouette rushed out from the collapsed mountain. Ao Hu, you deserve death. Ao Hungxing's hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood. He charged towards Ao Hu like a madman. This Ao Yu, who had just rushed over from the ancestral temple, was stunned when he saw this scene. What was going on? How could someone hurt Ao Hungxing? Ao Hungxing was the golden ape war god of the Ao tribe in Stoneball Town. The celestial art of the golden ape was the top cultivation method of the Ao tribe. Legend had it that if this heavenly art was cultivated to the extreme, one could become an immortal emperor, walk out of Stoneball Town to a higher cultivation place and join a powerful cultivation sect. The ancestral realm was the source of all worlds. The spiritual energy in the ancestral realm was extremely dense. Even in the Eastern Wasteland, the spiritual energy here was much denser than in the other worlds. Even those who did not know how to cultivate could live for hundreds of years under the constant nourishment of the spiritual energy in the ancestral realm. The human race had countless cultivation methods. After cultivating to the immortal realm, they would have an almost endless lifespan. Although Stoneball Town was a small place, it was not strange for a few immortal kings to appear. Boom! Ao Hu and Ao Hungxing collided with each other. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions. The cultivators of the Ao tribe who were riding on the black scale colts were all swept away. What? Ao Yu's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. There was someone in Stoneball Town who could fight against Ao Hungxing? Ao Hungxing was the war god of Stoneball Town. His cultivation and combat strength were extremely strong. Other than the old tribe leader of the Ao tribe, no one could be his opponent. Wait, what did Ao Hungxing say? Ao Hu? Could it be that abandoned son Ao Hu? Ao Yu was even more shocked when he thought of this. Ao Hu was an abandoned son of the Ao tribe. He was a trash who could not cultivate. Ever since Ao Hu's parents died in the war against the Eastern Baron tribe, Ao Hu was chased out of Stoneball Town. Ao, whose parents died for the Ao tribe. Ao, you also felt that the elders chased Ao, who out of Stoneball Town. However, Ao, you was only a servant of the old tribe leader. Although he had cultivated to the immortal realm, he did not have much status in the Ao tribe. The elders of the Ao tribe were either at the Great Success Immortal Realm or at the Peak Immortal Realm. Ao, on the other hand, was only at the initial stage Immortal Realm. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the harder fist was the boss. Now, Stoneball Town had someone who could fight against Ao Hung Shing 5B4, a powerful cultivator who was also an abandoned son of the Ao tribe. The Ao tribe was in big trouble now. Thinking of this, Ao broke out in cold sweat. Swoosh! He turned into a ray of immortal light and flew towards the Ao tribe's ancestral temple. Ha ha! Today, I will fight to my heart's content. Ao, who had suffered a lot these years. Now that his cultivation had reached the Great Success realm, he could finally vent his anger. Plus, he obtained the Black Dragon Saber, which was obtained without any effort. Swoosh! The saber flashed, as if it was going to split the world in half. The violent saber energy soared for thousands of feet and chopped off one of Ao Hung Shing's arms. Previously, Ao, who had already crippled Ao Hung Shing's right arm. Now, he chopped off his left arm. Now, Ao Hung Shing had lost both his arms. His combat ability was greatly reduced. Boom! Ao, whose right leg swept out and sent Ao Hung Shing flying, smashing through the gate of Stoneball Town. How dare you! At this moment, an angry roar came from Stoneball Town. The voice was majestic. The tribe leader is here. The Ao tribe descendants that Ao Hung Shing brought with him were surprised and overjoyed. A group of people hurried out of Stoneball Town. The leader was surrounded by immortal energy. His gait was majestic and stern. He was a Great Success Immortal Realm cultivator. The tribe leader is here. This Ao who is dead for sure. This guy dares to barge into Stoneball Town. Is he looking for trouble? 16D0? What is this? The disciples of the Ao clan said in a gloating tone. Jiu Fei had been watching from the side and had no intention of making a move. Though Ao whose cultivation method was something Jiu Fei had secretly given to Ao who, its power was definitely above the Golden Ape Celestial Art. Chapter 39-26. Ao who was extremely domineering, directly crippling Ao Hung Shing. This caused all the Ao clan disciples who saw this scene to be extremely shocked. Rumble, Ao Hung Shing, who was sent flying by Ao whose kick, smashed the gate of Stoneox Town. This shocked everyone. Today was the Ao tribe's ancestral worship day. Someone actually dared to break the gate of Stoneox Town and kill their way in. This shocked all the cultivators in Stoneox Town. Everyone wanted to know who this guy was. At this time, the Ao tribe's current leader led a group of elders out of Stoneox Town. The Ao tribe's leader was a middle-aged man in purple. He was tall and mighty, exuding a domineering aura. No matter where he stood, he exuded a domineering aura. This Ao tribe's leader was called Aoba, and he cultivated the fist of the tyrant war. Someone once saw Aoba shatter a mountain with one punch. Ao who, is it really you? When Aoba came out, he saw Ao who descending from the sky with the Black Dragon Saber. A powerful aura emanated from his body, causing even Aoba, the Ao tribe's leader, to be moved. How is this possible? When the other Ao tribe elders saw Ao who, they were dumbfounded. He was just an abandoned child. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? This was impossible. Although Ao who had been chased out of Stoneox Town, the Ao tribe had always kept an eye on him. Is this guy really Ao who? The Ao tribe's elders could not believe it. Aoba. When Ao who saw Aoba, his eyes brightened. How dare you call the tribe leader by his name? One of the Ao tribe's elders stared at Ao who and roared. HMPH, who are you? Who are you to speak here? Ao who said disdainfully. He was no longer the abandoned child of the past. He still remembered clearly that when his parents had just died in battle, these people could not wait to chase him out of Stoneox Town. These people were so heartless, so Ao who was naturally heartless to them. Little guy, you've grown up. You dare to attack Stonox Town? Do you think you are invincible? The other elder narrowed his eyes and stared at Ao, who as he said coldly, although I am not invincible, I can kill you with one slash. Ao, who did not even look at the elder as he casually said, you. When the Ao tribe elder heard this, his face contorted in anger. Ao, who? This is the ancestral land of the Ao clan. As a disciple of the Ao clan, how dare you be so impudent here? Aoba, the leader of the Ao race, stared at Ao, who with a solemn expression and said, do you think I'm a disciple of the Ao tribe? My parents died in battle, and you chased me out of Stonox Town. Let me tell you, from the moment you chased me out of Stonox Town, I was no longer a member of the Ao tribe. Ao, who glanced at the group of Ao tribe elders and said coldly, very good. A chilling murderous aura suddenly erupted from Aoba's body, and everyone's expression immediately changed. Haha, this is going to be a good show. When the cultivators outside of the Ao race saw this, they were all gloating. One has to know that they had always been suppressed by the Ao race and had no choice but to rely on them. If the Ao race fell, then they would be able to take over. Although Stonox Town was a small place, the Ao race was not the only cultivation force. There were other small forces that relied on the Ao race. For example, the Barbarian Tiger tribe, the Shen Demon tribe, and the Flying Wing tribe. These three great tribes were cultivation forces second only to the Ao race. Among them, there were immortal-level existences overseeing them, especially the Shen Demon tribe. The leader of the Shen Demon tribe was an expert at the phenomenal success of the immortal realm. It's best if they both suffer. A Shen Demon cultivator said in a low voice. In that case, leader, what are we waiting for? Let me destroy this arrogant little guy. A tall, skinny elder stared coldly at Ao, who. That's right. This little bastard dares to disrupt our ancestral worship ceremony. It's not too much to cut him into 1,000 pieces. A white, fat, bald elder gritted his teeth and said, come at me together. Ao, who beckoned them over with a disdainful expression. I alone am enough to kill you. At this moment, a similarly tall and fierce-looking clan elder walked out. I don't want to kill, but there are always people who force me to. Ari. Ao, who let out a sigh. Die. The elder roared and pounced at Ao, who like a ferocious tiger. The ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain was astonishing. Die. Ao, who didn't want to waste time with this guy. He slashed out with his blade. The next moment, an extremely sharp blade light flashed through the air. Then, the clan elder fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. What? Seeing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Ao, who had really killed the clan elder with a single slash. This kind of cultivation and combat strength was enough to shock everyone present. The elders behind Aoba were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never imagined that Ao, whose combat ability would be this strong. Were we really wrong back then? The elders of the Ao race shook their heads with bitter smiles. Back then, no one would have thought that Ao who would have such amazing abilities. But it was too late to regret. Damn it. Aoba, the elder of the Ao race, glared at the elder on the ground, then stepped forward. Bang! The entire ground shook. In the next moment, his fist had already smashed towards Ao, who. His fist moved at high speed in the void, making a strange explosion sound. It was as if this punch, plus the air, was going to explode. Fist of the Tyrant War? Ao, who was very familiar with the cultivation method of the Ao race. The Fist of the Tyrant War was extremely powerful. One punch had the power to shatter mountains. He blocked the punch and was forced to take 2 steps back. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Take my punch too. Ao, who switched his blade to his left hand and punched with all his strength. Bang! The 2 fists collided against each other again. This time, it was P68. The opponent's fist directly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Aoba's scream rang out. How is this possible? He defeated Aoba. Even the Fist of the Tyrant War is no match for Jiu Fei? Someone exclaimed. Isn't he the abandoned child of the Ao race? Oh, it's really him. I think his name is Aohu. Someone recognized Aohu. At this moment, Aohu charged right into the midst of the group of elders. In the next instant, all of them were sent flying. They were either killed or had something missing from their bodies. Chapter 39:27. The leader of the Ao race was called Aoba. He cultivated the tyrannical war godly fist. With a single punch, it could shatter mountains. However, this incomparably tyrannical leader of the Ao race couldn't even receive a single punch from Aohu. This caused all the elders to be extremely shocked. Aoba's cultivation could be said to be the strongest among them. Aside from the old clan leader, his cultivation was the highest. Aohu just wanted to retrieve his parents' belongings, but he didn't expect these people to want his life. In the past, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the Ao tribe's elders. But now, things were different. Aohu alone could sweep through Stoneox village. Aohu did not show mercy. He was no longer a member of the Ao tribe. From the moment the Ao tribe expelled him from Stoneox town, he was no longer a member of the Ao tribe. Kill. Aohu was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, directly charging into the midst of the Ao tribe's elders. In the next instant, the Ao clan's elders were all blasted flying, either dead or injured. None of them could take a single strike from him. Stop. Just as Aohu was about to kill his way into the town, a dignified and old voice suddenly rang out from within the town. Then, an old man walked out of Stoneox town, step by step. Behind him were countless disciples of the Ao tribe. Even Aou, an early-stage immortal god expert, was carefully accompanying him at his side. When Aohu saw this old man, he could not help being startled. This old man was the Ao race's old clan master, Ao Tsungming, who had lived for close to 1,000 years. He was the true ruler of the Ao race. Immortal Emperor? When Jiyu Fei saw the old man, he was a little surprised. He didn't think that a small place like Stoneox town would have an immortal emperor. This was an immortal emperor, not an immortal king like Ao Hengxing. A large group of Ao clan disciples followed behind Ao Tsungming. All the Ao clan disciples glared angrily at Aohu. This fellow actually dared to start a massacre here. Today was the day that the Ao tribe paid respects to their ancestors. Even the great enemies of the Ao tribe would not dare to attack at this time. However, today? 1C84? The person who had come to kill them was not one of the great enemies of the Ao tribe. Instead, it was a person that no one had expected. This person was an abandoned child of the Ao tribe, a person that was considered trash. How is this possible? Looking at Aohu, the Ao descendants who had come out of Stoneox town were all dumbfounded. Could it be that this fellow encountered some sort of fortuitous encounter? Aohu, the old ancestor is here, don't you dare be impudent. An elder of the Ao tribe shouted at Aohu. Aohu couldn't be bothered to talk to these guys. At this time, Jiyu Fei looked at this scene indifferently. Aohu, you are too vicious. One of the elders looked at the mess in front of him and his eyes turned red. The clan head Aoba was crippled, and at least 5 elders had died under Aohu's fists. There were even more injured. Even the Ao clan's golden ape battle god Ao Hengxing was crippled by Aohu. The patriarch had been crippled, the war god had been crippled, and the Ao tribe's overall strength had been reduced by more than half. This allowed the Ao tribe's enemies to take advantage of the situation. The other factions in the Stoneox town region were also gloating, happy to see the Ao tribe suffer. I'm too ruthless. Ha ha. Aohu was so angry that he laughed. If he had not encountered a fortuitous encounter and cultivated a body of skills, the one who died today would be him. Moreover, to the Ao tribe, if he died, then he died. No one would care. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. Aohu swept a glance at the people before him and said coldly, How dare you? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of our ancestor? Aou, who was by Ao Tsungming's side, said sternly, I don't care who he is. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. Aohu didn't even give face to the Ao tribe's ancestor. As long as his fist was stronger than these people's, he had nothing to fear. Ao Hu, we let you down in the past. How about this? You return, and I will guarantee you the position of the Ao race's patriarch. How about it? The Ao race's old ancestor, Ao Tsangming, said after giving Ao Hu a deep look. What? When everyone heard that, they were all shocked, especially the Ao race's disciples. They all looked at Ao Tsangming in shock. Ao Hu killed Ao Kang and the 5 elders, crippled patriarch Ao Ba, and crippled the Ao race's war god, Ao Hengxing. He was the Ao race's great enemy, and the old ancestor actually wanted him to be the Ao race's patriarch. Practically all the Ao race's disciples could not accept it. This fellow is not bad. Jiyu Fei, who was at the side, could not help but nod to himself. This Ao race's old ancestor's breadth of mind and insight were not something the other Ao race's disciples could compare to. Even Ao Hu was stunned when he heard that. How about it? Ao Tsangming asked indifferently as he looked at Ao Hu. Not interested. Ao Hu directly rejected. He quickly understood Ao Tsangming's intentions. Ao Hu wanted to tie him to the Ao race's war chariot. This way, the Ao race's lost strength would be replenished, and the Ao race would be even stronger than before. This, everyone was stunned again. In their opinion, becoming the Ao race's patriarch was the dream of all the Ao race's disciples. However, Ao Hu rejected it. Then what do you want? An elder of the Ao race stared at Ao Hu and said coldly, "Nothing much. I just want to retrieve my parents' belongings," Ao Hu said coolly. "That's it." Ao Tsangming felt very surprised when he heard that. Actually, no one expected that Ao Hu had returned for his parents' belongings and not to take revenge on the Ao race. One had to know that the Ao tribe had gone too far before. "Hand over my mother's flying phoenix sword." Ao Hu stared at Ao Tsangming with a grave expression. He tightened his grip on the black dragon saber. He had already severed all ties with the Ao clan. He only wanted his parents' belongings back. The black dragon blade and the flying phoenix sword were the weapons that Ao Hu's parents had used when they were alive. They were both high-grade celestial artifacts and were very powerful. That was why the Ao clan had kept these 2 celestial artifacts and chased Ao Hu out of Stoneox Town. These 2 immortal artifacts are the clan-protecting immortal artifacts of my Ao race. You do not have the right to take them away. Ao Hu said sternly. "That's right. Return the black dragon blade and get the hell out of Stoneox Town." An elder of the Ao race shouted at Ao Hu. "Haha. What a joke. Do you think I don't know the origins of these 2 celestial artifacts? It's fine if you hand them over obediently. Otherwise, mpate." As Ao Hu said that, a chilling killing intent spread out from his body. Old ancestor. At that moment, all the disciples of the Ao race looked at Ao Tsangming. In the entire Ao race, only Ao Tsangming was Ao Hu's match. Ao Tsangming looked deeply at Ao Hu. Then, he waved his right hand in the direction of the ancestral temple. A sharp sword light immediately soared into the sky from the ancestral temple and flew towards him. When the sword light flew to Ao Tsangming's side, Ao Tsangming extended his right hand and grabbed it. In the next moment, the sword light disappeared, and a sword appeared in his hand. Ao Tsangming immediately tossed the sword in his hand to Ao Hu. Ao Hu reached out and caught it. Then, he turned around and waved at Jiyu Fei before leaving. He had no intention of entering Stoneox Town to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. This fellow, countless disciples of the Ao race were filled with grief and indignation. Were they going to let Ao Hu off just like that? No one in the entire Ao race dared to attack Ao Hu, not even the old ancestor. Ao Tsangming noticed the black-clad youth who came with Ao Hu. He did not choose to back down for no reason. He simply could not make out the black-clad youth's strength. Soon, Ao Tsangming led the group of Ao race disciples in the direction of the ancestral temple. The ancestral worship ceremony continued. Jiyu Fei and Ao Hu, on the other hand, left Stoneox Town. A small place like this could no longer keep Ao Hu, a flood dragon. He needed a bigger world. Giant Wolf City was one of the few ancient cities in the eastern wilderness. Giant Wolf City was the Lin clan's world. The Lin clan grasped a method to control savage beasts. The Lin clan's current clan leader was especially difficult to deal with. By the time Jiu Fei and Ao Hu arrived at Giant Wolf City, it was already dusk of the next day. The eastern wilderness lived up to its reputation. Most of the places in this vast region were uninhabited. Exuberant human auras came from Giant Wolf City, as well as the auras of other life forms. Among the countless auras, there were a few exceptionally strong auras. Come, let's go in and take a look. Jiu Fei waved his hand and strode towards the city gates. He had finally found a city, so he naturally wanted to stay in the city for a few days. Ao Hu hurriedly followed him. Giant Wolf City did not seem very lively from the outside. However, when Jiu Fei entered the city, he discovered that the streets were bustling with people. Shops lined both sides of the streets. Some sold items for mortals, but most of them sold magic tools that only cultivators could use. Just as Jiu Fei and Ao Hu were looking around, the sound of hooves suddenly came from the other side of the street. A group of men in beast skins charged towards Jiu Fei and Ao Hu. Why? 5B4? One of them was an impressive-looking man in his 30s. This man had no intention of stopping. Very soon, he was in front of Jiu Fei. If it had been an ordinary person, this collision would definitely have killed him. Scram! The man on the horse only roared. Me. Just as he was about to collide with Jiu Fei, a fist came from the side and hit the horse's head hard. Bam! The horse's head suddenly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The man on the horse was sent flying and smashed into the wall on the side of the street before falling to the ground. What? Seeing this scene, everyone on the street was shocked to the extreme. Kill them. The man stood up from the ground. He wasn't injured, so he shouted at his men. Yes, young master. A dozen burly men in beast skins immediately surrounded Jiu Fei and Ao Hu. Chapter 39-28. Giant Wolf City was one of the few cities in the eastern wilderness. It was one of the cities under the Blackwater Supreme King. The Lin family in the city had submitted to the Blackwater Supreme King and managed the eastern wilderness for him. The Blackwater Supreme King was one of the 12 Supreme Kings in the eastern region. He controlled a large area, but the eastern wilderness was even larger. The Blackwater Supreme King could only control a small part of the eastern wilderness. The other parts of the eastern wilderness were controlled by other Supreme Kings. The city lord of Giant Wolf City was the current family head of the Lin family. He was an extremely powerful half-saint. He had once barged into the territory of the eastern wilderness by himself and captured a moon-howling celestial wolf. B68 his steed. The moon-howling celestial wolf was not a weak race. An adult moon-howling celestial wolf was comparable to a sage. Of course, the moon-howling celestial wolf that the Lin family head had subdued wasn't an adult howling celestial wolf. Even so, it took the Lin family head a lot of effort to subdue the moon-howling celestial wolf. Meanwhile, on the streets of Giant Wolf City, a group of experts under the Lin family young master Lin Fan jumped down from their horses and surrounded Jiu Fei and Ao Hu. Kill them. The Lin family young master Lin Fan ordered murderously. These two fellows actually dared to block his way. They deserved to die. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man in the lead immediately drew his broadsword and slashed at Jiu Fei without any hesitation. It was as if he viewed human life as worthless. The middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't low either. The blade in his hand emitted an extremely sharp blade aura. The blade slashed out and seemed to split the void in half. In terms of strength, speed, and aura, this blade was enough to kill an ordinary immortal. However, Jiu Fei wasn't an immortal. He shook his head helplessly and pointed with a finger. Crack! The blade in the middle-aged man's hand broke into two. The broken blade flew away and blood flowed from the hand that held it. What? The middle-aged man was shocked and immediately retreated. Jiu Fei didn't continue to attack. He didn't want to attack such an ant-like fellow. However, this fellow didn't have eyes and actually attacked him. Jiu Fei had subdued these guys the moment he made a move to shatter the god blade with a flick of his finger. The others hurriedly retreated, but two guys were unlucky. Ao who punched them in the chest and kicked them in the head. They died on the street. Everyone was shocked. You dare to kill people in the streets of my giant wolf city? The young lord of Giant Wolf City, Lin Fan, was both shocked and enraged. However, he was no fool. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today, and a very hard one at that. Giant Wolf City? Ao who smirked in disdain. His cultivation was successful, and his body had become a god. His battle prowess was so strong that he was almost invincible among those of the same cultivation level. He could even put up a fight against experts of the immortal Dao who had reached the immortal god stage. This so-called young lord of Giant Wolf City was only a mid-level immortal god, and he could kill this good-for-nothing with a single punch. The lord of Giant Wolf City, Lin Zhendong, was a half-saint, and his son was only an immortal god. Like father, like son. If Lin Fan wasn't the only son of the lord of Giant Wolf City, he wouldn't have dared to act like a tyrant in Giant Wolf City. It was precisely because he had the backing of the lord of Giant Wolf City that others feared him. Brother, I didn't think that you're also a hidden expert. Ao who at this time? 1C84? He realized that Jiu Fei wasn't as simple as he seemed. This brother of his seemed to have some sort of background. Could you be a descendant of some great sect or clan that came to the eastern wilderness to train? Ao who sized up Jiu Fei and said, as if this was the first time he met Jiu Fei. You're thinking too much. Jiu Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. They were talking among themselves, completely ignoring Lin Fan. This almost drove Lin Fan crazy. In Giant Wolf City, who dared to ignore him? Damn it! Lin Fan roared. He was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. He directly slapped a beast skin bag on his waist. In the next moment, a gust of black chi rushed out from the bag and shrouded Jiu Fei and Ao Hu. Within the black chi, there were actually countless shadows of strange snakes that made one's hair stand on end. Poisonous chi? Jiu Fei frowned at the sight of the black chi. This guy actually dared to use such a vicious mystic art in the city. He simply didn't care about the lives of others. Jiu Fei's guess was right. This young lord of Giant Wolf City really didn't care about the lives of others in the city. As long as he could kill Jiu Fei and Ao Hu, it didn't matter to him even if a few more people died. Ao Hu sneered and then opened his mouth to take a deep breath. His chest and abdomen immediately swelled up. Then, he opened his mouth and the black chi that shrouded the city was immediately blown towards Lin Fan by a gust of wind. What? Lin Fan's shock was no small matter as he hurriedly retreated backwards to avoid the fog that was flying back at him. However, his subordinates couldn't dodge in time and were instantly enveloped by the black chi. In the next moment, those cultivators who were enveloped by the black chi didn't even have time to scream before they turned into skeletons. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan's subordinates' expressions changed and they hurriedly ran away. Even Lin Fan himself was very afraid of this black chi. Who the hell are you people? Lin Fan roared at Jiu Fei and Ao Hu. At the same time, he slapped the beast skin bag on his waist. In the next moment, the black chi actually gathered towards the beast skin bag and was sucked into it. Who we are, you don't have the right to know. Ao Hu looked at Lin Fan and said arrogantly. What? Then go to hell. Lin Fan was truly infuriated. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of sword light that shot towards Ao Hu and Jiu Fei. A sword cultivator? Jiu Fei was a little surprised. This guy was actually a sword cultivator, an immortal of the sword Dao. However, Ao Hu didn't care about Lin Fan's sword light at all. With a punch, he directly smashed the flying sword away. Then, he took a step forward and instantly closed in on Lin Fan. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan's entire body was lifted up like a little chick. You kill people without a word. Looks like you're used to acting like a tyrant in Giant Wolf City. Many people have died in your hands, right? Ao Hu lifted Lin Fan up disdainfully. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Let me go right now. I will destroy your body and soul. You won't even be able to become a ghost. Lin Fan shouted fiercely. Ayo, I'm so scared. Who is your father? Ha ha. Chapter 39-29. Just as Gu Fei and Ao Hu appeared in Giant Wolf City, a small city in the eastern wilderness of the ancestral realm, the Shooting Sun Supreme, Thunder Path Supreme, and the others were in a gloomy mood in the southern region. Master has disappeared for more than 10 years. Why isn't he back yet? We can't hold on for much longer. The voice of the Black Wind Supreme was heard from a shrine in the sky above the sacred ground. This was the place of Supreme Ziyang, the sacred ground of the Purple Sun sect. The scenery here was picturesque and celestial mist lingered. In the sacred ground, various celestial beasts could be seen flying and various celestial beasts could be seen moving about. Although the Purple Sun sacred ground was peaceful, the cultivators in the Purple Sun sacred ground all had solemn expressions. 16D0 It was as if something big was about to happen. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Another voice was heard in the shrine. At this moment, within the sacred palace, the throne at the center was empty, while the seats on the two sides of the throne were occupied by the 6 great supreme beings. Every single supreme being had a dignified aura, and every single supreme being was an unparalleled existence that overlooked millions and millions of living beings. However, at this moment, the 6 great supreme beings were extremely restless. That was because they were facing a great danger. The 6 supremes were the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Ziyang, what did you say? Do you want to fight? The Black Wind Supreme's voice was heard. He was a supremes, yet he was being called a coward. How could this be? This was simply a disgrace. If news of this were to spread, he would no longer be able to stay in the ancestral realm. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of a coward like you? The figure surrounded by purple mist said coldly. Damn it. The Black Wind Supreme was furious. He stood up abruptly and a chilling murderous aura immediately spread from his body. The temperature in the shrine immediately dropped rapidly. Just as the 2 supremes were about to fight, the Shooting Sun Supreme, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment the Shooting Sun Supreme opened his eyes, it was as if 2 bolts of lightning flashed in the shrine. Enough. The Shooting Sun Supreme said calmly. The Black Wind Supreme and Ziyang Supreme were stunned and sat back down obediently. Actually, we can predict when Master will return. We just need to help Master defend the foundation that Master has built. The Shooting Sun Supreme continued. Boss is right. Black Wind Sovereign hurriedly said. Supreme Ziyang sneered and looked at Supreme Black Wind in disdain, but he didn't say anything. However, the Li clan, the Chu clan, and the Tian clan are closing in step by step. The area we can control is getting smaller and smaller. The Lightning Dao Sovereign said worriedly. The foundation that Gu Fei laid down was constantly nibbled away by the Li clan and the other 2 great powers. In the past decade or so, the territory controlled by the 6 great supremes had shrunk by 2/3. Moreover, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could only watch helplessly as the 3 great forces devoured their master's territory. Humph. Let those fellows be happy for a while. When Master returns, they will know how pathetic they are. Sovereign Tianfeng sneered. Based on Master's personality, he would definitely make whoever dared to touch his things pay back tenfold. Once Master returns, the 3 great clans would be in trouble. Gu Fei wasn't a soft-hearted person. Back then, he had killed so many people in the southern region that even the Wood clan, one of the 5 elements divine clans, was annihilated by him. Sovereign Tianfeng started to pray for the 3 great clans at the thought of Gu Fei's strength. If we can't defend it, we will give up. When Master returns, the southern region will be ours again. The Shooting Sun Supreme pondered for a long time before saying this. The other supremes were unwilling, but the 3 great forces were unstoppable. Who would dare to go against the 3 great clans? That would definitely be courting death. Boom. Just as the 6 supremes were discussing, a loud noise was heard from outside. Then, the entire sacred hall started to shake. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked and rushed out to take a look. All they saw was a huge hand descending from the sky and enveloping the entire Purple Sun sacred ground. It was as if it wanted to grab the entire Purple Sun sacred ground. A terrifying wave of power descended from the huge hand. Even the shooting Sun Supreme and the Thunder Tao Supreme felt their hearts palpitate. This was a supreme martial artist at the peak of the extreme Tao. Young shooting Sun, you have 3 days to submit to my clan. Otherwise, all of you will be annihilated. A loud voice was heard from the sky. Roar. At that moment, a deep roar was heard from a valley in the purple sun sacred ground. As this roar was heard, the entire sky and earth started to shake. Then, the huge hand that enveloped the entire purple sun sacred ground quickly retracted and disappeared into the depths of the sky. The terrifying divine might that shocked the heavens also retreated like the tide. In the valley of the purple sun sacred ground, a wild beast that was bigger than a mountain was taking a nap. Who is that? The Thunder Tao Supreme stared at the figure that disappeared into the distance and asked. The Chu clan leader, Chu Xingtian. The Shooting Sun Supreme said solemnly. Chu Xingtian. The Black Wind Supreme and the others were shocked when they heard this. Chu Huangji of the Chu clan had been slapped to death by Ji Yufei in the past. The Chu clan and Ji Yufei had a great feud. The death of a supreme being was a great loss to any force. Otherwise, Old Monster Chu would not have made a move and fought with Ji Yufei. The Chu clan was a super force that had a supremacy overseeing it. Old Monster Chu had been defeated by Ji Yufei in the past. The Chu clan could not do anything to Ji Yufei, but they could easily obliterate them. The Chu clan leader had personally issued an ultimatum. This made the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others feel immense pressure. 3 more days, the 6 supremacies fell silent. They would not be a match for Chu Xingtian even if Old Monster Chu did not make a move. However, they still had the Star Beast. Humph. What are you afraid of? Unless the Chu clan invades us and wants us to submit. Dream on. The Black Wind Supreme gritted his teeth and said. At this time, Ji Yufei was still in the Eastern Domain, cultivating in the secular world. His cultivation base was in a mysterious state. He was originally about to surpass the extreme Tao, but this step was too difficult. 111c. His cultivation base was very unstable. Sometimes, he was invincible, surpassing all Taos and invincible in the primogenitor's realm. However, sometimes, his invincible eternal realm cultivation base would disappear completely, and he could not use any remarkable skills. However, even if his cultivation base disappeared, it did not matter. His physical body was truly the eternal sacred body. It was eternal and indestructible. Even a supremacy could not destroy him. Ji Yufei discovered that his cultivation base was very unstable, so he decided to enter the world to cultivate and hone his state of mind. After more than 10 years, his cultivation base had stabilized a lot. However, it was still far from being completely stable. Young master of Giant Wolf City? His like an ant. At this moment, Ao Hu lifted Lin Fan up and remarked in disdain. How dare you? At this moment, an angry shout came from the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Following that, a figure rushed out from the City Lord's mansion. With a single step, he arrived above Ji Yufei and Ao Hu and looked down at them from above. The City Lord is here. Chapter 3930. Eastern Domain, Eastern Wilderness. In the Giant Wolf City, the City Lord of Giant Wolf City stepped on the sky and looked down at Ji Yufei and Ao Hu. How dare a little ant be presumptuous in my Giant Wolf City? You're courting death. A majestic voice came down from the sky. Father, save me. At this time, Lin Fan, the young City Lord of Giant Wolf City, saw his father coming and quickly shouted. Trash, I, Lin Xiaotian, have been a hero all my life. How could I give birth to a fool like you? The City Lord of Giant Wolf City said resentfully. His son was a bastard. He had been practicing for a long time, but he had only reached the immortal realm. Moreover, what made Lin Xiaotian's head hurt was that his son liked to make trouble everywhere. After that, he had to clean up his son's mess, which was really shameful. Father, save me first before we talk. Lin Fan cried anxiously. It was really shameful to be carried like a chicken in the hands of others in public. Why should I save you? Lin Xiaotian said angrily. Although he said so, Lin Fan was his only son after all, and he could not watch Lin Fan being humiliated by these guys. Want to save people? Ao who was carrying Lin Fan in one hand, suddenly grinned, and then pinched the back of Lin Fan's neck with his right hand. Crack! Lin Fan's neck was directly broken. Lin Fan's horrified expression froze on his face. He did not expect that this person would dare to kill him. When Lin Xiaotian saw this scene in the sky, his eyes suddenly turned red, and his hands trembled with anger. Although Lin Fan was not a big deal, he was his son after all. At this time, the people around watching the show were also shocked. That was the next city lord of Giant Wolf City. How could he die like this? Go to hell! Lin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, but he immediately came back to his senses and directly slapped Ji Yufei and Ao Hu below. Boom! A huge beast claw fell from the sky. Boom! It directly slapped Ji Yufei and Ao Hu into the ground. Dust! B68. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. The attack of a half-step saint shook the entire Giant Wolf City. Although Lin Xiaotian was furious, he still had some scruples and tried to control his strength. Otherwise, half of the Giant Wolf City would be destroyed under one blow. Just when Lin Xiaotian thought that he had killed Ji Yufei and Ao Hu, the handprint on the ground suddenly exploded. A figure rose into the sky and punched Lin Xiaotian. This person was actually Ao Hu. Ao Hu was only an immortal god. No matter how heaven-defying his physique was or how heaven-defying his cultivation method was, it was impossible for him to fight a half-saint with his early-stage immortal god cultivation base. One should know that there was a huge gap between an immortal and a half-saint. However, Ao Hu had done that. So what if you're a half-saint? Your daddy will kill you with a single punch. The violent fist energy turned into a grey dragon, like an earth dragon rising to the sky, and slammed into Lin Xiaotian's body, directly blasting Lin Xiaotian into a cloud of blood mist. What? The other cultivators in the Giant Wolf City were shocked when they saw this scene. How could the invincible city lord be smashed into pieces by a single punch? This, even Ao Hu himself could not believe that he could smash the city lord into pieces with a single punch. Giant Wolf City was one of the few cities in the eastern wilderness. With Giant Wolf City as the center, the surrounding area was under its rule. Even Stone Ox Town was under the rule of Giant Wolf City. Every year, the Ao tribe of Stone Ox Town would prepare tribute and send people to Giant Wolf City with various cultivation resources to pay tribute to the city lord. At this moment, the cloud of blood mist in the air instantly gathered together and a figure appeared in the void. After all, the city lord of Giant Wolf City was a half-saint. He would not be killed so easily. Soon, he reformed his body and reformed his half-saint divine body. Go, he's no match for you. Just when Ao Hu was a little hesitant, a voice suddenly sounded in his heart. A figure walked out of the big pit in the street step by step. Kill. Ao Hu immediately rushed towards Lin Xiaotian, as if his whole body was full of power and he could punch through the whole sky with one punch. An incredible scene appeared. They saw Ao Hu smash Lin Xiaotian into pieces with another punch, which shocked all the cultivators watching the battle. The dignified city lord of Giant Wolf City, a half-saint, was actually so weak. At this time, a powerful wave of power came out of Ao Hu's body, shaking the earth and making countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City frightened. Roar. Just when Lin Xiaotian was suppressed by Ao Hu with his own strength, the roar of a savage beast suddenly came from the city lord's mansion. The next moment, a silver divine light rushed out of the city lord's mansion. B68. When it came close, a moon-howling heavenly wolf appeared in the divine light. This heavenly wolf was covered with silver hair, without a single strand of mixed hair, especially the pair of silver wings on the back of this heavenly wolf. The two silver wings on the back of the moon-howling heavenly wolf burst out with an extremely strong power. Get lost. Ao Hu roared angrily and punched out. No one would have thought that the moon-howling heavenly wolf would be directly punched back by Ao Hu, and a few drops of crystal blood dripped in the air. Blocked by the moon-howling heavenly wolf, the city lord of Giant Wolf City took the opportunity to retreat and successfully pulled away from Ji Yufei. At the same time, Ao Hu stepped on the void and instantly caught up with the moon-howling heavenly wolf. He directly tore off the two wings on the back of the moon-howling heavenly wolf. Roar. The moon-howling heavenly wolf roared and fell directly from the sky. Ao Hu's combat power was unparalleled. All of this was the masterpiece of Gu Fei. His cultivation was in the realm beyond the extreme way, and he was almost omnipotent. He casually added a force to Ao Hu's body. Otherwise, Ao Hu would not be Lin Xiaotian's opponent at all. Without any suspense, Ao Hu directly punched 9 times, and each punch blasted Lin Xiaotian. After 9 punches, Lin Xiaotian was directly destroyed. Run! Seeing this, the moon-howling heavenly wolf was scared out of his wits and turned to flee. Humph! Can you escape? Ao Hu ran the mysterious skill, and the power of the earth emerged in his body, condensed, and a fierce tiger phantom rushed out of his body and rushed towards the moon-howling heavenly wolf. The fierce tiger went down the mountain, unstoppable, and suddenly threw the moon-howling heavenly wolf to the ground and directly tore it into pieces. However, just as Ao Hu killed Lin Xiaotian, a voice sounded from the city lord's mansion, and then spread throughout the entire giant wolf city. The next moment, a ferocious and powerful beast rushed out from the surroundings of the giant wolf city. There was no one on the streets, and fierce beasts rushed out of the streets and alleys. Soon, the sky above the giant wolf city was full of all kinds of fierce beasts. Whoosh! A golden shadow rushed from the distance and directly pounced on Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Oh no! Ao Hu suddenly thought of something and his face changed. Sound of imperial beast. Gu Fei frowned. At this time, the invincible superpower in his body was quickly disappearing. His cultivation was unstable, and he was soon beaten back to his original state. However, he had the eternal immortal body. Even if the invincible cultivation disappeared, no one could kill him. Ah! Gu Fei sighed helplessly and shook his head. Although he had taken that step and his body had transformed into the eternal immortal body, the supernatural power and great technique of the super realm would suddenly disappear. Fortunately, he had added a force to Ao Hu's body in advance. 16D0? Otherwise, Gu Fei might be fine, but Ao Hu would definitely fall under the attack of the beast group. At this time, countless ferocious birds were already lunging at Ao Hu and Gu Fei. At the same time, the fierce beasts rushed out of the street and rushed towards Gu Fei and Ao Hu at the same time. Haha, perfect timing. Earth Dragon's ultimate slash. Ao Hu roared into the sky. An endless amount of earth elemental energy exploded from his body like a flash flood, forming 9 silhouettes of dragons that soared into the sky and pounced towards the beasts. In the next moment, countless beasts were torn to pieces by the 9 silhouettes of the earth elemental energy. Blood rained down from the sky. The countless savage beasts that were charging over were sent flying by the vast and mighty earth elemental power. Then, they exploded in the air, turning into a mist of blood. Seeing this, the cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. Who is this guy? How can he be so violent? No one knew where Ao Hu came from. The sudden appearance of this powerful cultivator shocked the entire city. Even the city lord was not a match for him and was killed by this fellow. Even the Lin clan's army of savage beasts was defeated by the other party. Who are you? Why are you killing my clan's disciples? At this moment, an old and solemn voice came from the back of the city lord's mansion. Then, a holy power spread out from the city lord's mansion, covering a radius of thousands of miles. Countless cultivators were terrified to the extreme. Saint! Gu Fei looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, there was a saint in this small city. It seemed that this small city was not as simple as it looked on the surface. In a barren place like the eastern wilderness, where birds don't shit, how could a saint cultivate here? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here could not meet the needs of a saint at all. Brother, at this time, Ao Hu only felt that his soul was trembling. This was the real power of a saint, which was not comparable to Lin Xiaotian, a half-saint. With the blessing of Gu Fei's power, Ao Hu could kill a half-saint, but in the face of a saint, he was absolutely no match. I'll go and have a look. As Gu Fei spoke, he took a step forward. The ground under his feet immediately exploded, and he disappeared in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. At this time, Gu Fei's cultivation seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the powerful eternal immortal body. However, the power of his eternal immortal body was absolutely enough to shock the world. Boom. Chapter 39-31. The appearance of a saint in gigantic Wolf City shook the entire eastern wilderness. Countless eyes turned to look at gigantic Wolf City. That old wolf is still alive. An old voice came from an ancient city thousands of miles away from gigantic Wolf City. Heishire still has this trick up his sleeve. A man in black walked out of a valley shrouded in black mist in the eastern wilderness. He looked up in the direction of gigantic Wolf City. All the big shots hiding in the eastern wilderness were alarmed the moment gigantic Wolf City's saintly might appeared. At this time, a figure slowly walked towards the entrance of the giant Wolf City's City Lord mansion. Wherever this figure passed, there would be a huge crowd. 16D0 The beasts bowed their heads. The young man walked up to the tightly shut gates of the City Lord's residence and gave it a gentle push. The heavy gates exploded right away, turning into countless fragments that flew inside. In the next moment, there was a flash of blood as the ferocious beasts were pierced by the fragments. They did not even have time to roar before they died. The young man in black who had broken the gates was none other than Gu Fei. His cultivation was in a mysterious state, and all his invincible supreme magics and great techniques seemed to have disappeared. He could not use them at all, and all he had was strength. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed. However, he still had the invincible eternal indestructible body, which made his physical strength extremely strong. Every move he made was filled with unimaginable power. What was the use of supreme magics and great techniques? As long as one was strong enough, one could crush everything. If one's physical strength could exceed the extreme path, one could crush everything as well. Boom. At that moment, a surge of saintly path power surged out from the City Lord's residence. The countless beasts lying on the ground all exploded into a bloody mist, which condensed into a blood dragon that pounced on Gu Fei, who was walking in step by step. Gu Fei smiled and raised his right hand in a seemingly casual manner. Bam! The blood dragon collided with his hand. In the next moment, the dragon's head exploded, followed by its body, all the way from head to tail. The entire blood dragon collapsed in the void just like that. At this moment, a figure walked out of the City Lord mansion. Gu Fei looked up and saw that it was an old man with a wooden staff in his hand. He walked unsteadily, as if he could fall at any time. Behind the old man, there were more than a dozen people, all of them emitting an incomparably tyrannical aura. These people all stared at Gu Fei in shock and anger. "Who are you? Has my Lin family ever offended you?" A middle-aged man behind the old man stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. "You want to kill me, so I can only kill you. That's all." Gu Fei glanced at them indifferently and said, "What?" The higher-ups of the Lin family were all dumbfounded. To Gu Fei, this method of handling matters was simple and direct. There was no need for any crafty plots or schemes, and he didn't care what schemes the other party had. "No matter how smart you are or how heaven-defying your schemes are, I will kill you with a single sword strike. Sir, is there some misunderstanding between us? Who in all of Giant Wolf City can threaten you?" The old man's voice was very old, but there was an indescribable majesty to it. The City Lord of Giant Wolf City was actually a puppet. The true ruler of Giant Wolf City was probably this old man. At the old man's waist was something similar to a flute. Misunderstanding? Gu Fei smiled, not wanting to say more. "Brother." At this moment, Ao who finally caught up to Gu Fei. "It's you." At this moment, a purple-clothed youth behind the old man suddenly pointed at Ao who behind Gu Fei and exclaimed, "Ao, you know him?" The higher-ups of Giant Wolf City looked at the purple-robed youth in bewilderment. Reporting to the ancestor, this person is an abandoned child of the Ao tribe in Stoneball Town. His name is Ao Hu. He was the one who caused a ruckus at the Ao tribe's ancestral worship ceremony, Lin Ao hurriedly said. He had been at Stoneball village that day, and he had witnessed the scene of Ao Hu forcing the entire Ao tribe to bow down to him. On the other hand, Gu Fei was standing to the side. The purple-robed youth didn't pay much attention to Gu Fei. So there was such a thing. The higher-ups of Giant Wolf City couldn't help but be shocked. They had only just learned of this matter. The ancestral worship ceremony at Stoneball Town was nothing more than a trifle to them. Lin Ao hadn't told the elders what had happened at Stoneball Town. "Sir, how about we stop here?" The old man stared at Ji Yufei. "Stop? How could it be so easy?" Before Ji Yufei could say anything, Ao who had already rushed to speak. "What do you want in order to stop?" The old man didn't even look at Ao who. In his eyes, there was only Ji Yufei. Ao who? He was just an ant. Kill. Ji Yufei didn't want to waste time with these people. The world of cultivation was a dog-eat-dog world. If it had been someone else, wouldn't they have died in vain in Giant Wolf City? Moreover, this guy had just attacked him with murderous intent. "Sir, don't go too far." The old man's expression changed. He couldn't see through Ji Yufei's strength, so he was a bit afraid. However, if Ji Yufei really wanted to fight, he wouldn't back down. Of course, if the Lin clan's old ancestor knew who he was facing, he would have been paralyzed with fear. He wouldn't have dared to resist. "If you can take one of my punches, I'll let you go." Ji Yufei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Although there were no fluctuations of power coming from his body, he was like an insurmountable mountain, giving off a suffocating pressure. "Really?" The Lin clan's old ancestor's eyes lit up. "How could my brother's words be false?" Ao who glanced at the higher-ups of the Lin clan disdainfully. "All right." The Lin clan's old ancestor nodded. Then, the higher-ups of the Lin clan behind the Lin clan's old ancestor hurriedly retreated. Ji Yufei took a step forward and punched forward, just like an ordinary person punching. There was no fluctuation of power, no magic or great technique. It was just an ordinary punch. However, in the eyes of the Lin clan's old ancestor, this punch was invincible. Couldn't it be avoided? 16D0? He couldn't block it. He could only watch the punch hit him. This was a punch that surpassed the extreme path, transcending all Taoism and Dharma. It was so simple, but even a saint couldn't avoid it or block it. Then, the Lin clan's old ancestor, who was hit by the punch, turned into a cloud of blood mist without a sound. Everything on his body collapsed into dust, and even his spirit was annihilated in the void. The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. Chapter 39-32. In the Eastern Wilderness, in Giant Wolf City, Ji Yufei killed a saint with a single punch, shocking everyone. The higher-ups of the Lin clan were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. How was this possible? Their ancestor was killed by this guy with a single punch. The ancestor of the Lin clan in Giant Wolf City was a saint. In a wild place like the Eastern Wilderness, a saint was already an overlord of a region. But now, the saint of the Lin clan had fallen. He was killed by a mysterious black-robed young man of unknown origin with a single punch. What's going on? Why did the old wolf's aura suddenly disappear? Some of the cultivators who had just arrived near Giant Wolf City were shocked. At this time, a black-robed man surrounded by black aura appeared in the distant sky. He walked through the air, and the moment he arrived, the temperature of the entire world dropped. And in another direction, an old man walked over slowly. Clouds and mist surged under his feet. There was a faint immortal light behind his head, and the aura of the immortal path was vast and mighty. It was the atmosphere of an immortal. Could it be that the old wolf of the Lin clan has fallen? The sage-like saint of the immortal path muttered to himself, and his expression became solemn. There were only two possibilities for the sudden disappearance of the extremely powerful saint aura of the Lin clan's ancestor. One was that he had been killed by someone, and the other was that he had sealed his own aura. At this time, in Giant Wolf City, the city lord's office was completely silent. Ao who was also stunned by the scene in front of him. His brother was so powerful that he could kill a saint with a single punch. This was too amazing. The higher-ups of the Lin clan, on the other hand, were horrified. Ji Yufei did not use any divine sense or great skill at all. It was just a seemingly casual punch, but such a punch had destroyed their ancestor's body and soul. "Ah, I can't even block a single punch." Ji Yufei stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. Even if he could not use his divine path and great skills that surpassed the extreme path, he could easily kill a saint with just the power of his physical body. In fact, even a quasi-supreme might not be able to take a punch from him. Jiyu Fei had not met a quasi-supreme yet, but he was confident. 111c. Even if he encountered a supreme being, he would be able to rely on the strength of his physical body to put up a fight. He might not necessarily lose. The Lin clan is willing to serve you forever. Lin Juechen of the Lin clan greets master. An elder of the Lin clan, who came to his senses, hurriedly knelt on the ground in fear and said to Jiyu Fei, trembling. He did not dare to look up at Jiyu Fei. The group of Lin clan elders behind Lin Juechen also woke up from their stupor. They immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. Even the old ancestor of the Lin clan was smashed into pieces by this black-clothed young man. How could the other elders of the Lin clan be a match for Jiyu Fei? If they didn't submit, they would die. Even if these elders of the Lin clan wanted to eat Jiyu Fei alive, they had to bow their heads now. Jiyu Fei didn't attack again. Even a saint couldn't take a punch from him, so these fellows who were kneeling and trembling in front of him didn't have the qualifications for him to attack. You handle it. After saying that, Jiyu Fei walked into the main hall of the city lord's mansion and went up to the throne in the middle of the hall. Then, he sat on the throne and closed his eyes to rest. Everyone was trembling with fear. All of you, get out of here. Don't disturb my big brother's rest. Ao who directly shouted at the senior members of the Lin clan who were lying on the ground. Yes, 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 Lin Juechen hurriedly responded, and then led the group of elders of the Lin clan to crawl on the ground. The elders of the Lin clan only dared to stand up after they crawled out of the city lord's mansion. Lin Juechen raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He felt as if he had just escaped death. He felt that he and the others were not even comparable to ants in front of Jiyu Fei. So what if they were killed? Lin Juechen was very unhappy that his life and death were in the hands of the other party. This made him feel very helpless. He couldn't even control his own life and death. This was definitely an extremely sad thing. What did I see? What's going on? Aren't those the elders of the Lin clan? Usually, it's hard to even see them. Why did they all crawl out of the city lord's mansion today? At this time, all the cultivators of Giant Wolf City who saw this scene outside the city lord's mansion were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. For the cultivators of Giant Wolf City, the elders of the Lin clan were all high and mighty existences. But now, these high and mighty peerless experts actually crawled out of the city lord's mansion. Could it be those two people? Those cultivators vaguely guessed something. The Lin clan was going to be in big trouble. Sure enough, the young man who killed the city lord on the street of Giant Wolf City walked out of the city lord's mansion. When the elders of the Lin clan saw that person, they directly knelt on the ground, looking very frightened. Isn't that Lin Juechen? The great elder of the Lin clan. He even knelt down. The cultivators outside the city lord's mansion recognized Lin Juechen. At this time, Ao who was very satisfied. He felt that he had already reached the peak of his life. He looked down at the elders of the Lin clan kneeling in front of him. Even he himself felt that this was extremely unreal. They had actually conquered Giant Wolf City with just the two of them. This was Giant Wolf City, not Stone Ox Town. In the area ruled by Giant Wolf City, there were countless places like Stone Ox Town. Conquering Giant Wolf City was tantamount to becoming the master of this area. In the end, Ao who was a cultivator from a small place. His knowledge was very limited. He didn't know that there were even stronger cultivation forces above Giant Wolf City and how terrifying those cultivation forces were. There was no suspense. With Jiyu Fei in charge of Giant Wolf City, there was naturally no need to fear any enemy. The news of Giant Wolf City's fall quickly spread in the Eastern Wilderness, shaking the Eastern Wilderness. Soon, the news reached a huge city outside the Eastern Wilderness. This was the Eastern Wilderness City of the Eastern region. The huge city suppressed the Eastern Wilderness, so most cultivators entering and leaving the Eastern Wilderness would stop in Eastern Wilderness City to make preparations before entering the Eastern Wilderness. Eastern Wilderness City was an ancient city under the control of the Blackwater Supreme King. There was a Blackwater battle troop of the Blackwater Supreme King stationed here. It was an immortal-level battle troop that had helped the Blackwater Supreme King conquer the world and conquer a large territory. Giant Wolf City has been conquered. How is that possible? The news spread to Eastern Wilderness City. Eastern Wilderness? 1C84? The people of the Blackwater Supreme King were all inexplicably shocked. Giant Wolf City was a city with a saint in charge. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion of Eastern Wilderness City, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Sitting on the City Lord's throne was a powerful figure shrouded in golden light. Chapter 39-33. The Eastern Wasteland City was in charge of the Eastern Wasteland. The City Lord was a Saint Venerable called the Golden Sun Saint Venerable. Furthermore, he was a peak Saint Venerable. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Quasi-Supreme Realm and becoming an invincible Quasi-Supreme Realm expert. At this moment, Golden Sun Saint was sitting on the throne in the Eastern Barren City's City Lord Mansion, looking down at the experts below him with a stern aura. A strong holy venerate aura spread from his body, causing everyone to be terrified. Not only the experts in the hall, but all the cultivators in Eastern Barren City could feel the strong pressure from the City Lord Mansion. What's going on? All the cultivators in the city were shocked. The older cultivators were even more shocked. The consequences of the City Lord's anger are severe. An older cultivator looked in the direction of the City Lord Mansion and said with lingering fear, "The last time the City Lord made a move was 500 years ago." The cultivators of the older generation were muttering amongst themselves. 500 years ago, the City Lord directly destroyed the invading Eastern Barren ferocious tribe, killing their corpses everywhere. In that battle, the City Lord single-handedly blocked the 100,000-strong army of the ferocious tribe and killed the leader of the ferocious tribe. That scene was something that the cultivators of the older generation could not forget even in death, because it was simply too shocking. "Where is Jin Lun?" Golden Sun Saint said faintly. "Jin Lun is here." As soon as Golden Sun Saint's voice fell, a middle-aged cultivator in white walked out. "Go and take a look," Golden Sun Saint said. "Yes." The middle-aged cultivator in white called Jin Lun quickly accepted the order and left. The City Lord actually sent Jin Lun to Giant Wolf City? Looks like the City Lord wants to kill one to warn the others. Rebellion has always been punishable by death. With Jin Lun taking action, those who dare to attack Giant Wolf City will die. In the hall, the experts were communicating with their spiritual will. "All of you can leave." Golden Sun Saint glanced at the crowd below and said, "Yes." Everyone hurriedly bowed to Saint Venerable Golden Sun, who was sitting on the throne, and then left. Jin Lun was an early-stage Holy Venerate and was Golden Sun Holy Venerate's right-hand man. In the eyes of the cultivators of Eastern Barren City, Jin Lun was Golden Sun Holy Venerate's favorite. Jin Lun's cultivation was not something that the Lin clan's old ancestor in the Giant Wolf City could compare to. It should be known that he was a Saint Venerable. A Saint Venerable could kill an ordinary saint as easily as blowing off dust. White-robed Heavenly Venerate Jin Lun stepped onto the teleportation platform that led to the Giant Wolf City. With a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the platform. The distance between Eastern Wasteland City and Giant Wolf City was not small. Even with Jin Lun's cultivation, if he did not use the transmission formation, it would take him a few hours to arrive. Furthermore, the Eastern Wasteland was not peaceful. Some places were extremely dangerous. If one barged into them, even a Holy Venerate would die. At this time, the entire Giant Wolf City was under Aohu's control after the Lin clan surrendered. The Lin clan's great elder, Lin Juechen, was willing to be Aohu's follower. In Lin Juechen's eyes, Aohu was just an ant. However, this ant had the backing of Jiyu Fei, an existence that was many times stronger than a real dragon. Jiyu Fei had killed a saint with one punch. That scene had completely stunned Lin Juechen. He could not even think of resisting. Giant Wolf City was backed by Eastern Wasteland City. However, the Lin clan's elders had not told Aohu about Eastern Wasteland City. At this time, Eastern Wasteland City had already received the news. The experts of Eastern Wasteland City were probably already on their way. The Lin clan would not surrender wholeheartedly. Many people in the Lin clan were waiting for the experts of Eastern Wasteland City to come and rescue them. However, their wait had really come. Giant Wolf City, where the transmission array platform was located, one of the 3 transmission array platforms suddenly lit up, and a series of runes appeared on the platform. Buzz! The void trembled, and the void above the platform suddenly collapsed. A strong light flashed, and a figure appeared on the platform. This person was dressed in white and had a slender figure. He had a mustache and a fan in his hand. He looked like a distinguished scholar. This middle-aged man in white was Eastern Wasteland City's City Lord's right-hand man, Jin Lun, Saint Venerable Jin Lun. As soon as Saint Venerable Jin Lun appeared, his divine will enveloped the entire Giant Wolf City. His divine will instantly locked onto Ao Hu, who was in the City Lord's manor. That's him. He defeated the Lin clan and intimidated the entire Giant Wolf City with his own strength. Jin Lun muttered to himself in disbelief. He slowly walked down from the teleportation platform. He placed his left hand behind his back and waved the fan in his right hand. He looked around like a scholar touring a garden. At this time, the people of the Lin clan were surprised and delighted. Lin Juechen immediately brought a group of clan elders to welcome Jin Lun. Lin Juechen greets the Supreme One. Lin Juechen immediately brought a group of clan elders to kneel at Jin Lun's feet. You still have the face to see me. The moment Jin Lun saw Lin Juechen, a cold murderous aura immediately spread from his body. In the next moment, with a wave of his big sleeve, Lin Juechen was directly sent flying. Then, with a bang, he exploded in the air and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Juechen, the Lin clan's great elder, was actually killed just like that with a wave of Jin Lun's big sleeve. This, the group of Lin clan elders, whose heads and faces were splattered with blood, were horrified and inconsolable. This Jin Lun was a ruthless existence. In front of such an existence, they were simply inferior to ants. He killed them just like that. However, they never imagined that Jin Lun would directly kill the great elder Lin Juechen. What's your name? Jin Lun suddenly pointed at a middle-aged man who was lying on the ground, his whole body trembling. Replying to the Supreme One, this lowly person's name is Lin Dong. The middle-aged man said with a trembling voice. Lin Dong. Very good. From now on, you are the Lin clan's clan leader. Jin Lun said casually. Yes, Supreme One. Lin Dong was surprised and happy. He never imagined that he would sit on the Lin clan's clan leader's seat. It should be known that with his cultivation, he never dared to hope that he could sit on the clan leader's seat. However, Jin Lun did not care and then walked towards the main hall of the City Lord's mansion. He did not even look at the other Lin clan elders. With a casual statement, he pushed a person who was not very strong in the Lin clan to the clan leader's seat. All the Lin clan elders looked at Lin Dong with incomparable envy. No one in the Lin clan dared to disobey Jin Lun's words. I want to see what ability a mere immortal has to actually be able to suppress the Lin clan. Jin Lun waved the folding fan in his hand and walked step by step towards the main hall. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, but deep in his eyes, a ray of light flashed. For the fastest updated novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-34. As soon as Jin Lun arrived at Giant Wolf City, the Lin clan immediately betrayed Ji Yufei and Ao Hu. They brought Jin Lun to the main hall of the City Lord Mansion. At this time, Ji Yufei was guiding Ao Hu's cultivation in the main hall. Under his guidance, Ao Hu's cultivation base soared like a rocket. Ao Hu's cultivation base rose from the initial Immortal God to the Major Success stage, and then to the half-step Immortal King realm. This kind of cultivation speed was absolutely above all geniuses. It could be said to be heaven-defying among the heaven-defying. Only an existence like Ji Yufei could allow Ao Hu to advance from the beginner Immortal God realm to the half-step Immortal King realm in one go. The most important and rare thing was that Ao Hu's cultivation and state of mind were perfectly fused together. It wasn't just his cultivation that had increased. Ji Yufei didn't simply help Ao Hu improve his cultivation base. If he wanted to help someone improve their cultivation base regardless of the cost, many people would be able to do it. A supreme expert could even turn a mortal without any cultivation base into an immortal king, or immortal emperor in an instant. However, if a mortal suddenly became an immortal, the consequences would be endless. His state of mind wouldn't be able to keep up with the improvement of his cultivation base. In the end, he would suffer from cultivation deviation and die. Looks like a guest has arrived. Jiyu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Ao Hu also stopped. Boss, what's wrong? Ao Hu was bewildered, but in the next moment, he knew why Jiyu Fei said that. The Lin clan actually, Ao Hu was enraged. At this time, Jin Lun had already arrived outside the main hall, followed by a group of Lin clan's elders. The Lin clan was after all the #1 clan in Giant Wolf City. Even though many experts had fallen, this clan still couldn't be underestimated. Among the elders, there were a few half-step saints, a dozen immortal emperors, and 7 or 8 almighty experts. With such strength, the Lin clan was still the #1 clan in Giant Wolf City. It was hard to shake the position of the strongest clan in Giant Wolf City. The Lin clan actually dared to betray my boss. It seems like the Lin clan doesn't need to exist anymore. Ao Hu's voice came from the main hall. Ha ha. A puny immortal dares to spout such arrogant words. Jin Lun waved the folding fan in his hand and said casually, ha ha. Ao Hu, the supremes of the Eastern Wasteland City have arrived, and you still want to exterminate my Lin clan? Your Honor, please avenge us and kill these 2 villains. The elders of the Lin clan said one after another. 2. Isn't it just 1? At this moment, Jin Lun's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that there was only 1 immortal god-level aura in the hall. How could there be 2 people in the hall? Your Honor, it was these 2 villains from Stone Ox Town who killed our clan's previous clan leader. Even our clan's ancestor died at their hands, said a middle-aged man with a smile. The new patriarch Lin Dong said hurriedly. Like I said, how could a mere immortal god suppress the entire Giant Wolf City? Jin Lun still had a relaxed expression. The Lin clan's ancestor was just an ordinary saint. He could kill a large number of them with a casual palm strike. This was the difference between a saint and a saint. How strong could a person who could kill the ancestor of the Lin clan be? Was he stronger than the Lord? Quasi-supreme? Impossible. Was there a quasi-supreme in the Eastern Wilderness? The Eastern Wilderness was the place with the weakest spirit chi in the ancestral world. It was impossible for a quasi-supreme to appear in the Eastern Wilderness. The spirit chi here could not satisfy them at all. In the Eastern Wilderness, a saint was already the most powerful existence. The person who killed the Lin clan's ancestor should not be a saint. As long as it was not a saint, Jin Lun could kill the mysterious expert in the hall. Come out and die. Jin Lun waved his folding fan and stood with his hands behind his back. The heavy door opened slowly, and a figure walked out of the hall. Your Honor, he is Ao Hu. Lin Dong said hurriedly. You are Ao Hu? Someone go and get rid of him. Jin Lun looked elsewhere. He could not even be bothered to look at a small fellow like Ao Hu. His target was only the mysterious person in the hall. Ao Hu, die. Lin Dong walked out from behind Jin Lun and approached Ao Hu step by step. Although his status was lower than the other clan elders, his cultivation was much stronger than the other clan elders. This was also the reason why Jin Lun wanted to push him up to the position of clan elder. With Jin Lun's cultivation, he could see the cultivation of the Lin clan's elders at a glance. With just you. Ao Hu laughed. Lin Dong was stronger than the city lord of Giant Wolf City, but he wanted to kill him? What a joke. Just me. Li Dong took a step forward. Bang. The entire ground shook, and an extremely tyrannical pressure erupted from his body. The surrounding elders of the Lin clan hurriedly retreated. Only Jin Lun remained calm and collected, while Ao Hu, who stood opposite Lin Dong, smiled and shook his head helplessly. If you don't court death, you won't die. Your clan is really courting death, Ao Hu sighed. Ao Hu sighed and said, how could you guys imagine my boss's abilities? Kill. Lin Dong was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ao Hu. He directly punched at Ao Hu. Roar. Following an earth-shattering roar, a huge wolf shadow emerged from Lin Dong's body. It roared at the sky, causing the void to tremble. Aohu chuckled and also punched. However, this punch of his was extremely ordinary. There was no powerful wave of energy, nor was there a powerful aura. It was like a punch thrown by a mortal without any cultivation. The two fists collided in an instant. Bam! A muffled sound was heard. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking was heard. An extremely powerful wave of energy spread out, and the surrounding buildings all crumbled into dust in the next moment. Only the main hall was not affected. The wave of energy that was surging towards the main hall was blocked by an invisible force. How is this possible? Lin Dong looked at his arm in horror. He saw that there were actually cracks on his arm, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. In the next moment, Lin Dong's entire arm collapsed. He screamed and flew off the ground. Bam! Aohu took a step forward and directly punched Lin Dong's chest. Lin Dong, the newly appointed clan leader of the Lin clan, was actually smashed into pieces by Aohu, a little cultivator from a small place like Stoneox Town. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Even Jin Lun, who was disdainful of Aohu just now, stared at Aohu in shock. He didn't expect a puny immortal to be able to kill Lin Dong. One must know that Lin Dong was a half-step saint. Aohu killed a half-step saint with one punch. Even a saint like Jin Lun couldn't help but be moved. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-35. How is this possible? Outside the main hall of the City Lord Mansion, the elders of the Lin clan were all dumbfounded as they stared at Aohu, who was standing proudly outside the main hall. He is just an immortal. Even if he is a half-step immortal king, it is impossible for him to kill a half-step saint with one punch. A white-haired, skinny elder of the Lin clan wailed. In the Lin clan, the most miserable person was Lin Dong. Because of Jin Lun's words, he had just become the patriarch of the Lin clan. Before he could even sit on the throne of the patriarch, he was killed by Aohu with one punch. The most tragic thing in the world was that great joy turned into great sorrow immediately after. Of course, Lin Dong didn't even have to grieve. He couldn't grieve because his body and soul had already been destroyed. At this time, even a saint like Jin Lun was shocked. It should be known that no matter how heaven-defying an immortal was, it was impossible for him to kill a half-step saint. The difference between the two was not small. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. One was like a true dragon from the 9 heavens, while the other was like an ant on the ground. No matter how heaven-defying an ant was, could it compete with a true dragon from the 9 heavens? How dare you betray my big brother? No one can save you. Aohu's cold eyes swept across the elders of the Lin clan. The elders of the Lin clan could not help but be shocked. At this time, they were somewhat regretful. However, they still believed that Jin Lun could suppress Aohu and Jiyu Fei in the main hall. Because Jin Lun was an invincible saint in the Eastern Wilderness. In the Eastern Wilderness, who could compete with a saint? Shameless boasting. Jin Lun looked at Aohu coldly. Although this guy killed Lin Dong with one punch, Lin Dong was only a half-step saint. Compared to him, he was simply vulnerable. Kill. Aohu did not want to talk nonsense with these guys. He took a step forward, and a violent pressure immediately erupted from his body, causing the air to tremble. Jin Lun jumped in fright. At this moment, a palm fiercely slapped his face. Pa. He only felt pain on his face, and then his whole body was sent flying and smashed to the side. What? The elders of the Lin clan were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. In their eyes, Jin Lun, who was invincible in the Eastern Wilderness, was sent flying by a slap. Oh no, the elders of the Lin clan suddenly looked as if they had lost their parents. Can't even take a single blow. Aohu said calmly. At this time, the #1 expert under the City Lord of Eastern Wasteland City, Saint Venerable Jin Lun, actually smashed through a house and fell out of the City Lord's mansion. Go to hell, all of you. Aohu stretched out his hand and an endless amount of earth elemental power came crashing down on the Lin clan's elders like a huge mountain. No. The elders of the Lin clan were scared out of their wits. The mighty pressure from the big khaki hand made them directly lie on the ground. Boom! The whole earth shook violently. A huge palm fell from the sky and slammed the elders of the Lin clan on the ground. The ground immediately undulated like waves. Without any suspense, the elders of the Lin clan were directly obliterated by the giant hand. Their flesh, bones, and even their Dao weapons were all turned to dust. Jiyu Fei did not show up. Ao, whose power alone was enough to defeat all the enemies. When Jin Lun rushed back from afar, he just happened to see the scene of the giant hand obliterating the elders of the Lin clan. He was so shocked that he immediately turned around and fled. The other party was really too strong. He could not understand how a small immortal could actually burst out with the super combat power of killing a saint. Jiyu Fei's means were not something that an existence of the level of Jin Lun could imagine. In fact, Jiyu Fei had already used this trick before. He sealed a part of his power in the bodies of others and let them defend against the enemy. He, on the other hand, was quietly watching the others from the sidelines. At this time, Ao, who was in such a situation. Jiyu Fei had sealed a part of his power in Ao, whose body. Ao, who was equivalent to Jiyu Fei, indirectly attacking. Swoosh! Ao, who pointed a finger and the bright earth elemental power shot out from the tip of his finger. In an instant, it pierced through the void and caught up with the escaping Jin Lun. Puff! A ray of bloodlight appeared. Ao, whose finger light directly pierced through Jin Lun's holy venerable treasure body. Then, Jin Lun's entire body turned into dust. A primordial spirit rushed out from the crumbling holy venerable treasure body and roared as it turned into dust. Both its body and spirit were destroyed. The scene of killing a holy venerable with one finger was deeply imprinted in the minds of countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City. At this moment, no one in Giant Wolf City dared to resist. Everyone lowered their heads. At the moment when Jin Lun's body and spirit were destroyed, far away in the Eastern Baron City's City Lord's residence, a bang sound suddenly came from a very ordinary-looking room. Then, a scream was heard. Lord Jin Lun's life tablet is broken. Lord Jin Lun's life tablet is broken. A figure staggered out of the room and rushed towards the City Lord's residence. What? Lord Jin Lun's life tablet is broken? A commotion instantly broke out in the Eastern Baron City Lord's residence. Everyone could not believe it. Lord Jin Lun was a holy venerable, the #1 expert under the City Lord. How could he die? In the Eastern Baron City, apart from the City Lord, who could kill Lord Jin Lun? Holy venerables had a very high status in the Eastern Baron City. That was because existences stronger than holy venerables did not care about a place like the Eastern Baron City. Jin Lun is dead. The Eastern Baron City Lord's angry voice came from the City Lord's residence. A terrifying pressure immediately descended on the hearts of every cultivator in the city. All the cultivators in the city were trembling. Jin Lun's death had completely enraged the Eastern Baron City Lord. In the next moment, powerful figures directly rushed over from all directions. The Eastern Baron City Lord was gathering experts from all over. He was going to go on an expedition to Giant Wolf City. Powerful figures constantly entered Eastern Baron City. The Blackwater Supreme King's Blackwater battle soldiers were also gathering. For a moment, the clouds of war were dense in Eastern Baron City. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire Eastern Baron City. The City Lord personally went on an expedition. This was something that had never happened in the past 1,000 years. It had been a long time since the entire Eastern Baron City had a war between the kings of supreme martial artists. Of course, the territories of the 12 kings of supreme martial artists in the Eastern region were not limited to the Eastern Baron City. Haha, interesting. There seems to be internal strife in the Blackwater Supreme King's territory. This may be an opportunity. Such words came from the territories of the other kings of supreme martial artists. Eastern Baron City was not the only city in the Eastern Baron City, and the Eastern Baron City Lord was not the only holy venerable. The Eastern Baron City Lord was only the strongest expert in the Blackwater Supreme King's territory. In the territories of the other kings of supreme martial artists, there was absolutely no lack of holy venerables. In the Divine Crocodile City, in the territory of the Heavenly Crocodile Supreme King, Holy Senior Divine Crocodile was in the City Lord's residence discussing with a group of his subordinates how to deal with the internal strife in the Blackwater territory. Your Holiness, we can wait for both sides to suffer, and then attack the entire Blackwater territory in one fell swoop. Someone in the main hall suggested. That's right. I have long disliked that guy in the Eastern Barren City. A tall, tower-like giant said in a low, muffled voice. The experts of the Divine Crocodile City in the main hall discussed loudly and made all kinds of suggestions. However, the Divine Crocodile Saint, who was sitting on the throne, did not say a word. He was like an outsider, looking coldly at the people in the main hall. The Divine Crocodile Saint was not a human, but a holy venerable of the Eastern Region Crocodile tribe of the ancestral world. The Crocodile tribe was a great tribe in the Eastern region that could contend with the Blackwater tribe. Whether it was the Crocodile tribe or the Blackwater tribe, the reason why they could exist was that they had a king of supreme martial artists, the king of supreme martial artists. The so-called king of supreme martial artists was actually a supreme martial artist at the peak of the extreme path. Supreme martial artists stronger than the peak of the extreme path were the supreme martial artists of the extreme path mystic realm. The 12 supreme martial artists of the Eastern region were not united. They often fought with each other, especially the Blackwater tribe and the Heavenly Crocodile tribe. These two tribes were mortal enemies. The Heavenly Crocodile tribe was not the only tribe that had a grudge against the Blackwater tribe. The internal strife of the Blackwater tribe in the Eastern Barren City had attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. At this time, all the forces were watching. No one was stupid enough to make a move at this time. They were all waiting for the Blackwater tribe and the Blackwater tribe to mutually injure each other. The leaders of all the forces were extremely shrewd. They wanted to pay the smallest price to obtain the greatest benefits. Soon, the power of the Eastern Barren City was completely concentrated in the hands of the Eastern Barren City Lord. There were 3,000 Blackwater soldiers, 12 quasi-saints, and 2 saints. This kind of power was enough to start a war against the other forces. Then, a huge transportation formation in the Eastern Barren City began to operate. A huge formation enveloped the area, enveloping countless cultivators in a divine light. Boom! There was a huge tremor. Then, the army of the Eastern Barren City disappeared in the divine light and crossed the void. The moment the Eastern Barren City Lord left, the great protective matrix of Eastern Barren City was activated. Countless matrix inscriptions appeared in the air, densely packed, layer upon layer. Then, countless formation runes disappeared into the void, as if they had never been there in the first place. From the outside, no one could tell that the Eastern Barren City was under the protection of the protective formation. If anyone dared to rush into the Eastern Barren City, they would definitely be destroyed by the protective formation and end up with their soul and body destroyed. This was a trap. The Eastern Barren City seemed empty, but in reality, it was filled with murderous intent. Just half a day after Ao who killed Jin Lun, the sky above Giant Wolf City suddenly shook. The void rippled like water, and beams of divine light directly rushed out of the void, instantly enveloping this part of the world. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the sky, causing all the living beings in the Giant Wolf City to panic. Still coming to die. In the Giant Wolf City Lord's mansion, Jiu Fei shook his head helplessly. Ao who, on the other hand, was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-36. Ao who killed a heavenly venerable with a single finger, completely shocking all the forces in Giant Wolf City. However, in less than half a day, the army of Eastern Wasteland City had arrived. The sky above Eastern Wasteland City was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire void rippled like waves. Rumble, suddenly, endless divine light broke through the void, directly propping up the heaven and earth, turning into a huge door of light. A terrifying aura surged out from within the light door. Then, a group of soldiers clad in black armor dashed out from the light door. With the appearance of this group of black-armored soldiers, the world was immediately shrouded in a terrifying murderous aura. Countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City trembled in fear under this murderous aura. Blackwater soldiers, how is this possible? An old cultivator in Giant Wolf City raised his head and said with a trembling voice. Blackwater soldiers? What's that? Some young cultivators had no idea about the origin of the black-armored soldiers in the sky. That's the most powerful soldier under the Blackwater Supreme King. It hasn't appeared for 500 or 600 years. You brats naturally haven't seen it. An old cultivator in Giant Wolf City said disapprovingly. Is another war between gods going to break out? The old cultivators in the city suddenly woke up. The appearance of the Blackwater soldiers here was a sign of war. Who were they going to war with? Don't tell me they're here for those two people. Someone exclaimed. The Blackwater soldiers were going to be mobilized. One had to know that whenever the Blackwater soldiers were mobilized, it would be a major event. The Blackwater soldiers would never be mobilized easily. The moment the Blackwater soldiers rushed out of the Door of Light, the old cultivators in Giant Wolf City knew that the situation was serious. It was far more serious than they had imagined. After the Blackwater soldiers rushed out of the Door of Light, a group of powerful figures walked out. Each figure exuded an aura that soared to the sky. There were more than 100 people in this group, and each of them was an expert. The weakest among them was a half-step saint. And the two people in the lead were two saint venerables. Of the two holy venerates, one had black chi surging around him, making him look like a black hole that could devour everything in the surroundings. On the other hand, the aura of the other saint venerable was like a river or a lake. It was vast and mighty, and the space around him was rippling like water. It was as if he could turn the entire world into a vast ocean with just a thought. Of the three saint venerables under the city lord of Eastern Wasteland City, aside from Jin Lun, who was killed by Ao Hu, He Xian and Shui Chenjue were both here. The last person to come out of the Door of Light was a white-robed youth. This white-robed youth was tall and slender. He had delicate features and a jade-like face. He was exceptionally handsome. No one would have thought that the person who came out in the end would be such a young existence. East Baron City Lord. Some of the older cultivators were shocked to see the white-robed youth. He was the city lord of Eastern Baron City, the brilliant Sky Saint. Saint Huang Tian was definitely one of the top divine path experts in the Eastern Baron territory. With him around, the lords of the other forces in the Eastern Baron territory wouldn't dare to act rashly. The Eastern Wasteland City Lord's body did not emit any aura. He was like a mortal, which was inexplicably shocking. Return to simplicity, some of the older cultivators exclaimed in a trembling voice. Kill. At this time, one of the two saint venerables, He Xian, directly slammed his palm down on the city lord's mansion below. A huge black hand immediately descended from the sky. Rumble, the entire sky shook, and the world instantly darkened. A violent mysterious yin power descended from the huge black hand. The void was directly frozen, and the entire city lord's mansion was instantly frozen by the mysterious yin power. Could it be that He Xian killed the two fellows in the city lord's mansion with one move? TSK, I thought that those two had 3 heads and 6 arms. They are only SOSO. He Xian looked at the frozen city lord's mansion and said disdainfully. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Even the brilliant Sky Saint was stunned. How is this possible? The cultivators in Giant Wolf City couldn't believe it. It should be known that Ao Hu had directly killed Jin Lun half a day ago. Jin Lun was also a saint venerate. Although He Xian was strong, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Jin Lun. Even Jin Lun was killed by Ao Hu. How could He Xian kill Ao Hu and Jiu Fei with one move? Under everyone's shocked gazes, cracks suddenly appeared on the solid ice that sealed the city lord's mansion. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the frozen city lord's mansion suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of ice soared into the sky and directly shot toward the Eastern Baron City army in the sky. Each piece of ice contained amazing power and pierced through the void. Defend. At this time, the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers moved. As the battle general gave the order, the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers immediately flipped their right hands, and a shield appeared in each soldier's hands. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers raised the shields in their hands at the same time and blocked the attack. Every shield emitted a bright light, and a huge shield of light appeared between the heavens and the earth, enveloping everyone in the sky. In the next moment, countless pieces of ice directly flew toward the light shield, making a dense sound like rain. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers raised the light shield to block the countless flying pieces of ice. Seeing this scene, the countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City below were inexplicably shocked. At this time, the City Lord's mansion of Giant Wolf City had already become a thing of the past. Two figures walked out of the collapsed City Lord's mansion. What? Seeing this, He Xian's pupils involuntarily shrank. "Eat my fist." Ao Hu roared and directly rushed into the sky. He blasted a punch at He Xian, and the powerful force directly shook the world. This punch made the world lose its color. Bam! With a muffled sound, He Xian was directly sent flying by Ao Hu's punch. He directly smashed into a mountain thousands of miles away, and the entire mountain was smashed in half. The upper half of the mountain fell from the sky, and the entire place was immediately filled with dust and rubble. It was a huge mess. Everyone was dumbfounded. He Xian was actually defeated. It was just a punch. Boom. In the next moment, the remaining lower half of the mountain also exploded, and a black shadow rushed into the sky. The black aura was vast and mighty, and it turned into a black dragon, roaring at the sky. The terrifying mysterious yin power spread out, and everything that was enveloped by the mysterious yin power was directly frozen. Some unlucky cultivators in Giant Wolf City could not dodge in time and directly turned into ice sculptures. At this time, He Xian no longer cared about the life and death of others. He was furious, and there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this guy. The black dragon condensed from the mysterious yin qi directly pounced at Ao Hu with its claws and fangs bared. "Ha ha! It's just a black dragon, and it dares to be so presumptuous in front of my big brother. It's simply courting death." Ao Hu laughed and attacked. He directly broke through the layers of mysterious yin power, and then fiercely punched the dragon's head. In the next moment, the black dragon's head directly collapsed. Immediately after, the black dragon's body also collapsed. From the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, it exploded a total of 9 times. One punch, 9 explosions. Ao Hu's punch actually contained 9 types of power. These 9 types of power were extremely strong and invincible. Even He Xian could not withstand it. The black dragon Dharma that He Xian had condensed was broken, and this was a great blow to He Xian. His face turned red, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He immediately retreated. However, Ao Hu was like a shadow, and he actually directly caught up to He Xian, who was retreating. Then, he punched again. Without any suspense, He Xian was smashed into a cloud of blood mist by Ao Hu's punch. Even his primordial spirit could not escape, and he died. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was too ferocious. He actually killed He Xian with one punch. That was a Saint Venerable, and in Eastern Wilderness, Saint Venerables represented the strongest power. This bit of power, at that moment, Jiyu Fei raised his head and looked at the Eastern Wilderness army in the sky. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers seemed to be pretty good. Every single one of them was not weak. However, compared to the battle soldiers that he had personally formed, they were still much weaker. However, right now, Jiyu Fei was in a state where he had lost all his magic powers. Right now, he could not even fly. To him, this was truly a mockery. One had to know that right now, he was an existence that had surpassed the extreme Tao. However, he was in an indescribable state. At times, he was invincible, and he could sweep through all enemies. At other times, however, he had lost all his magic powers, and he could not even open up his internal world. To be more precise, he was like an omnipotent god at one moment, and a mortal at another. He did not know when his invincible cultivation would recover, but he was not afraid, because he still had an invincible physical body. An invincible eternal body was indestructible. Even Supremes would not be able to destroy it. Therefore, even though Jiyu Fei had lost all his magic powers, he was still invincible. Kill. At that moment, an angry roar rang out. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers directly attacked Ao Hu. The combined power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers was extremely powerful. It was like a black torrent that could destroy everything in its path and kill holy venerables. These 3,000 battle soldiers were not simple. Formation patterns appeared on the bodies of each battle soldier, forming a battle formation. The power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers gathered together through the battle formation. How could a saint venerable contend against such an explosive power? However, just when the cultivators from the eastern wilderness thought that Ao was dead for sure, he actually punched out again. Then, a scene that made all the cultivators from the eastern wilderness stare with their mouths agape appeared. They saw Ao's fist directly collide with the power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing everyone's ears to ring. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-37. Ao's battle prowess was world-shaking. He actually fought against the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers alone. In the eyes of Huangtian Supreme and the others, Ao was simply insane. Boom! Ao directly charged towards the battle formation formed by the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers and slammed his fist on the formation. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their eardrums ruptured, causing blood to seep out of their ears. At this time, all the creatures in Giant Wolf City were terrified to the extreme. What made everyone dumbfounded was that Ao actually managed to block the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. How is this possible? The experts from Eastern Baron City almost peed their pants when they saw this scene. One had to know that even the Huangtian City Lord wouldn't dare to fight against the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers head-on. They were the strongest battle soldiers personally trained by the Blackwater Supreme King. There were more than 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. These 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers were only responsible for guarding Eastern Baron City, and these 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers only listened to two people. One was the Blackwater Supreme King, and the other was the City Lord of Eastern Baron City, the Huangtian City Lord. It was impossible for anyone else to mobilize the Blackwater battle soldiers. Kill. At this time, the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers roared at the same time. Their voices shook the vast sky. Each of them lit up at this time, and countless Dao patterns emerged on their black battle armors. Countless Dao patterns intertwined in the void, and an ancient formation diagram appeared in the void. In the next moment, endless heaven and earth spiritual chi frantically converged towards the formation diagram. The sky above Giant Wolf City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Are they borrowing the power of heaven and earth? On the ground, Jiu Fei raised his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth with a formation diagram was a necessary technique for an array master. Although Jiu Fei wasn't an array master, he had once set foot in this field. The formation diagram emerging from the 3,000 battle soldiers was definitely the work of an array master. Rumble. The energy gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers continued to rise, and a terrifying pressure spread out. The entire void seemed like it was going to collapse. Little guy, you're dead meat. Shui Qianjue stared at Ao and laughed sinisterly. He and He Xian were both saint sovereigns under the brilliant Sky City Lord. The two of them were sworn brothers and had once saved each other's lives in battles with other overlords. Holy Venerate He Xian was killed by Ao with a single punch. Shui Qianjue nearly went crazy. At this time, the 3,000 Blackwater warriors showed their might, forcing Ao to retreat. This caused Shui Qianjue to be both surprised and delighted. Roar. Ao roared furiously. Torrential earth elemental energy surged from his body. He wanted to block the attack from the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers, but at this moment, he felt powerless. The power gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater soldiers turned into a massive spear that stabbed towards Ao. Ao tried his best, but he could only barely block the spear. The spear, which contained boundless power, continued to stab toward his chest. Although it was very slow, it showed no signs of stopping. Ha ha! Little fellow, do you really think that you're invincible? Shui Qianjue laughed maniacally. The battle spears formed by the 3,000 battle soldiers pushed against Aohu's body, and they flew 3,000 kilometers away. With a boom, they smashed into a mountain, and then came out on the other side of the mountain. Who's going to get rid of this fellow? The brilliant Sky City Lord swept a glance at the crowd and said. He had gathered all the experts of Eastern Barren City and killed his way to Giant Wolf City. He didn't want to start a war with the territories of other forces. Instead, he wanted to suppress Giant Wolf City and kill all the traitors. Shui Qianju walked out immediately. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above Ji Yufei. He looked down at Ji Yufei from the sky. This was simply like a dragon looking down at an ant on the ground. Little brat, die. Shui Qianju pointed with a finger. A sword wave shot out from his finger like a wave, piercing towards Ji Yufei. Sigh. Ji Yufei smiled helplessly. This fellow actually dared to attack him. Was he really that easy to bully? He casually waved his right hand and directly dispersed the sharp sword wave that pierced through him. He didn't use any divine abilities or great techniques, just pure physical strength. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Kill. Shui Qianju let out an enraged roar as he attacked with all his might. With a wave of his right hand, 5 rays of sword light shot out from his hand, piercing towards Ji Yufei like 5 heavenly rainbows. Shui Qianju cultivated the water element sword Dao. His sword qi was like water, pervasive and pervasive. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Ji Yufei. To be precise, he picked the wrong opponent. He thought that Ji Yufei was easy to bully, but he didn't know that Ji Yufei was a true super expert. Ji Yufei stretched out his right hand and blocked the 5 sword lights that pierced through his body. When the sword lights collided with his hand, it actually let out a clanging sound like iron being struck. It was incomparably ear-piercing. What a powerful physical body! Shui Qianju was inexplicably shocked. And that high and mighty brilliant Sky City Lord, who didn't even look at Ji Yufei in the eye, also cast a puzzled gaze at this time. In the brilliant Sky City Lord's opinion, a small fellow like Ji Yufei could be wiped out with one slap. He originally didn't put Ji Yufei in his eyes at all. What's going on? Where did this physical cultivator jump out from? The brilliant Sky City Lord frowned and muttered to himself. At this time, the place where Ji Yufei was at was filled with sword qi. Rays of sword light directly tore apart heaven and earth, slashing through the void rapidly, leaving behind a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. Ji Yufei's figure could no longer be seen as he was completely drowned by the sword qi. However, the clanging sound did not cease. When those terrifying sword lights that could slay immortals and annihilate gods landed on Ji Yufei's body, they actually couldn't even cut through his skin. They couldn't even leave a mark on Ji Yufei's body. Unity of man and sword, heaven-breaking strike. In the next instant, all the sword lights that had enveloped Ji Yufei disappeared. Even Shui Qianju had disappeared. After that, a single ray of sword light appeared in the sky. It was an extremely powerful sword light that lit up the entire sky. The supreme sword light descended from the sky, as though it was splitting heaven and earth into 2. Everywhere the sword light passed through, everything was annihilated. Even the brilliant Sky City Lord didn't dare to be careless when facing this sword. However, Ji Yufei still had a relaxed expression, as though he didn't put this sword in his eyes at all. He didn't even look at that supreme sword light descending from the sky. The power of this sword was comparable to the all-out attack of a mid-level holy venerate existence. However, Ji Yufei merely extended his right hand in the face of this peerless sword and pointed his finger at the sword light that was slashing down. The deadly sword light actually came to a stop. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, all the experts from Eastern Desolation City had their mouths agape. They were shocked to the extreme. He blocked Shui Qianju's all-out attack with a single finger. An expert from Eastern Desolation City spoke with a trembling voice. At this moment, even the brilliant Sky City Lord was visibly moved. Blocking a supreme sword with a single finger, clang. The finger that Ji Yufei used to block the sword light trembled. That extremely sharp sword light actually shattered, turning into countless spiritual lights that vanished into the void. A figure fell out of the void. This person was Shui Qianju. Barf. Shui Qianju spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body immediately became weary. Countless cracks appeared on his body as though his physical body was about to shatter. Shui Qianju's supreme sword was casually broken by Ji Yufei. He suffered a great impact, and his cultivation was half crippled. Without 100 years of cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be able to recover. However, he no longer had a chance. "You dare!" A loud roar resounded. In the next moment, a finger tapped on Shui Qianju's forehead. PFFF. A bloody hole appeared on Shui Qianju's forehead. At the same time, a huge palm directly slapped in front of Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei didn't even look at it and directly countered with a palm. Boom. The two palms collided, and a loud explosion erupted. It was as though two mountains were colliding. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Ji Yufei landed on the ground from the sky. A figure was sent flying 1,000 miles away by his palm. En. Ji Yufei looked at that figure. This guy could actually block his palm and didn't die. It seemed like this guy had some capabilities. At this time, the brilliant Sky City Lord was shocked to the extreme. The strength of this person's physical body had far exceeded his expectations. How could a cultivator's physical body be powerful to such an extent? Could he be a supreme? The brilliant Sky City Lord had a bad feeling. If this guy was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, then everyone who came here would probably have to stay here today. The strength of Ji Yufei's physical body was simply too powerful. Every single move he made contained great power. The brilliant Sky City Lord had already taken a spin at the gates of hell. Ji Yufei's casual palm only forced the brilliant Sky City Lord back. If he was a little more serious, the brilliant Sky City Lord would have long been smashed into dregs by Ji Yufei. "You guys shouldn't have come to provoke me." Ji Yufei stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. His body didn't emit any powerful aura or energy waves. He was just like an ordinary person. But at this time, no one dared to look down on him. Shui Qianju was shocked and angered. In his agitation, he nearly vomited another mouthful of blood. "Boss, save me." Right at this time, a voice came over from afar. "What?" Ji Yufei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure rushing towards him in a panic. Who could it be if not Ao Hu? Damn it. Ji Yufei suddenly came to a realization. The time for borrowing power was almost up. The energy waves on Ao Hu's body were starting to decline. Once the borrowed power was completely exhausted, Ao Hu would be dead for sure. Ao Hu, who had reverted to his original form, couldn't even withstand the terrifying aura that erupted from the 3,000 Blackwater warriors and would be instantly killed. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 39-38. Although Ji Yufei temporarily couldn't use any powerful techniques or techniques that surpassed the extreme Dao, he still had an invincible physique. This was because his physique was the eternal immortal body that surpassed the extreme Dao. This was the first time such a physique had truly appeared in the cultivation world since ancient times. Yi Qingtian's physique in the Lost Lands wasn't a true eternal immortal body. The path he walked was a different kind of eternal path with great limitations. At this moment, even Yi Qingtian would have to kneel before Ji Yufei. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The 3,000 Blackwater warriors unleashed their full power and chased after Ao Hu. He could only beg for help from Ji Yufei. This was because there was a time limit to the power Ji Yufei lent to Ao Hu. He couldn't let Ao Hu maintain that kind of power that could fight heavenly sovereigns forever. "Boss, save me." Ao Hu desperately tried to escape. When he arrived beside Ji Yufei, the tyrannical energy fluctuations from his body had completely disappeared. At this moment, Ji Yufei had lost the power of his techniques and couldn't lend his own power to Ao Hu. Meanwhile, the 3,000 Blackwater warriors were still rushing towards Ji Yufei and Ao Hu. Their tyrannical power shook the heavens and earth. Even peak heavenly sovereigns would be shaken. Kill. The 3,000 Blackwater warriors roared at the same time. The energy from the ancient formation quickly condensed into a divine spear that was grasped in the hand of the black-armored warrior at the front. The black-armored warrior wielded a divine spear that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. With a roar, he threw it at Ao with all his might. The divine spear arced through the void, directly tearing apart the heavens and earth. In an instant, it pierced towards Ao's forehead. The destructive power it contained caused people's hearts to palpitate. Just as Ao's forehead was about to be pierced by the divine spear and die, a hand reached out from the side and directly grabbed the divine spear. Everyone who saw this scene was indescribably shocked. That was the power gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater warriors through the ancient battle diagram. Just the combined power of the 3,000 Blackwater warriors was enough to contend against a heavenly sovereign. Not to mention that the ancient battle diagram was able to connect to the heavens and earth, drawing in a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. When these two merged, the battle prowess that erupted from them could definitely easily kill an ordinary Holy Venerate. Even peak Holy Venerates would be able to hold their ground. Reckless fool. Gu Fei remained expressionless. He exerted force in his hand that held the spear, and the divine spear that the 3,000 Blackwater warriors had condensed using the power of the heavens shattered into nothingness before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, Gu Fei punched out, and the ancient battle diagram formed by the interweaving Dao runes on the bodies of the 3,000 battle soldiers immediately crumbled. The energy gathered by the ancient battle diagram had no way to block Gu Fei's fist force. That was just the power that Gu Fei's fleshly body had unleashed. With one punch, the power behind his punch did not diminish in the slightest as it continued forward. The 3,000 Blackwater warriors cried out wretchedly as they were sent flying. Next, they exploded into a mist of blood in mid-air. How is this possible? The brilliant Sky City Lord was stunned by this scene. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary punch from Gu Fei would actually be able to kill all 3,000 Blackwater warriors. Boss, so mighty, Ao was dumbfounded. The might of this punch from Gu Fei had completely stunned everyone. I can't be bothered to play with you guys anymore. As Gu Fei spoke, his right foot stomped down. Boom. The earth trembled, and the entire ground actually crumbled as a huge black hole appeared on the ground. At the same time, Gu Fei soared into the sky and instantly appeared before the brilliant Sky City Lord. Bang! Without any suspense, with just a single punch, the brilliant Sky City Lord was completely annihilated by Gu Fei. The items on his body also crumbled, leaving nothing behind. The insufferably arrogant and nearly invincible brilliant Sky City Lord became a thing of the past just like that. When all the cultivators from Eastern Barren City saw this scene, their legs turned soft from fear. This fellow was too strong. No wonder he could suppress countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City. All of you, go to hell. As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky again and directly killed the group of Eastern Barren City experts in the sky. Run. Those experts from Eastern Barren City immediately turned around and fled. All of you, come over here. Gu Fei flipped his hands, and a terrifying devouring force immediately erupted from his hands. The surrounding cultivators were all shrouded by this force, and then they flew towards Gu Fei. All the experts from Eastern Barren City were scared out of their wits. Their bodies rapidly shrank, and then crumbled in the void, turning into powerful essence that was devoured. Hundreds of experts from Eastern Barren City were killed by Gu Fei just like that. Even a holy venerable like Shui Chenjue couldn't escape. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. One move killed hundreds of experts. Gu Fei was too ferocious. At this moment, in this battle, Gu Fei's name spread throughout the entire Eastern Barren City. The experts from the Crocodile clan who were watching the battle from afar quietly retreated. The experts from other territories also carefully retreated. Who would dare to provoke Gu Fei and his disciple? When Gu Fei attacked, he swept through all the enemies. With one fist, he suppressed all the cultivators until they lowered their heads. If they didn't lower their heads, he would kill them with one punch. At this moment, Gu Fei was shocked to find that his cultivation had returned. The next moment, his body shook, and the void around him immediately crumbled. Just as Ji Yufei annihilated the army of Eastern Baron City, in the southern region, in Ji Yufei's territory, the Li clan, the Tian clan, and the Chu clan were constantly dividing the cities. At this moment, the three supreme races of the southern region no longer had any scruples. They joined forces to swallow up Ji Yufei's territory. As for the Shooting Sun supremacy and the others, they could only hide in Supreme Ziyang's ancestral land. They could only watch helplessly as the territories that they originally controlled were taken away. The three supreme races of the southern region had countless followers. At this time, after Ji Yufei disappeared for more than 10 years, everyone thought that it was impossible for Ji Yufei to return. The old clan leader of the Tian clan didn't return either. However, the life token that he left behind was still there. The old clan leader of the Tian clan didn't die. He was still alive. This was the reason why the three supreme races had no scruples. At this moment, in the southern region of the ancestral realm, almost all the forces stood on the side of the three supreme races. Of course, there were still some forces that were still observing. After all, Ji Yufei was the #1 killing god in the southern region of the ancestral realm. Many supremacies had died in his hands. If Ji Yufei really came back, countless forces in the southern region would be in trouble. Ji Yufei was decisive in killing. He had destroyed the Wood tribe, defeated the 9 supremacies, and defeated the supremacies of the Li tribe and the Chu tribe. Since ancient times, there had never been an existence as strong and powerful as Ji Yufei in the southern region of the ancestral realm. At this moment, there was only 1 day left until the last warning from the Chu tribe leader, Chu Xingtian. The Shooting Sun supremacy and the others knew that it was impossible for them to contend against Chu Xingtian and the others. However, with the addition of the Star Beast Venerable, they might be able to put up a fight. The adult Star Beast Venerable's entire body was a treasure. Its tendons, bones, blood, and flesh could be used to refine medicine. Most importantly, this Star Beast Venerable had a powerful combat strength that could contend against a supremacy. However, the situation wasn't optimistic. It should be known that the Li tribe and the Chu tribe had supremacies holding down the fort. Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu weren't to be trifled with. Big Brother Shooting Sun, what do you think we should do? In a valley in the Purple Sun sacred ground, a figure sitting on a huge rock asked another figure sitting on a huge rock opposite him. 6 supremacies were gathered on the huge rock in the valley, either sitting, standing, or lying down. Not far away, a strange beast was lying on its stomach and spitting out clouds of smoke. It was a frightening sight. Specks of starlight appeared in the void around the strange beast from time to time, as though a star domain was faintly discernible in the void. This strange beast was the Star Beast. Furthermore, it was an adult Star Beast. When Ji Yufei had left, he hadn't brought this strange beast with him. It was also because of the existence of this strange beast that the Chu tribe, the Sky tribe, and the Li tribe had some misgivings and hadn't barged into the Purple Sun sacred ground. If it hadn't been for the Star Beast, the 3 supremacies would have barged into the Purple Sun sacred ground and killed the Shooting Sun supremacy and the others. What else can we do? We can only wait, the Shooting Sun supremacy said with squinted eyes. To them, everything they did now was futile. If they dared to take a step out of the Purple Sun sacred ground, the other party would kill them mercilessly. They would only be temporarily safe if they were near the Star Beast. That Chu Xingtian only gave us 3 days. The Black Wind supremacy was restless. He didn't want to die. So what? He definitely doesn't know. Don't you know that Master hasn't really died? The Thunder Dao supremacy glared at the Black Wind supremacy. The Black Wind supremacy immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. The Thunder Dao supremacy wasn't wrong. Ji Yufei had planted a restrictive technique on them. If Ji Yufei had died, they would be buried with him. They were all alive and well, which proved that Ji Yufei was still alive. Of course, apart from the 6 of them, no one else knew this secret. I hope Master will come back soon, the Purple Sun supremacy said with a sigh. At that moment, powerful figures started to appear around the Purple Sun sacred ground. In the valley, the 6 supreme beings were all very nervous. Only the star beast was still snoring away at the side. It was still sleeping soundly. When the last day was about to arrive, Chu Xingtian's figure appeared in the distant sky. Surrender, or die. Chu Xingtian's dignified voice was heard. Surrender your head. If you have the guts, fight your way in and kill me. The Black Wind Supremacist's voice was heard from the Purple Sun's sacred ground. In that case, all of you can die. Chu Xingtian stood in the void. His entire body was covered in divine light. There was even a halo behind his head. He was like a supreme celestial emperor leading the celestial army. This, in the Purple Sun's sacred ground, countless cultivators who saw this scene were extremely shocked. What should we do? The Chu clan is here. In the sacred ground, countless cultivators were extremely terrified. The Chu clan was one of the strongest clans in the southern region with a supremacy. What could they use to go against such a force? For the fastest updated novels, please visit Chapter 3939. In the southern region of the ancestral realm, banners were fluttering outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary. A murderous aura filled the air. The Chu clan's army was pressing down on the Purple Sun Sanctuary. Everyone in the Purple Sun Sanctuary was shocked. Chief Shooting Sun, what should we do? In the Purple Sun Holy Land, the Black Wind Supremacy was a little flustered. That was the Chu clan, and the clan leader, Chu Tianxing, was a supremacy. Although he wasn't a supremacy, he was definitely much stronger than Emperor Chu, who had been killed by Ji Yufei with a single slap. What else can we do? If we can't win, we'll run, the Shooting Sun Supremacy said with a sigh. In fact, they had already prepared an escape route. So what if the Chu clan's army was pressing down on them? If they wanted to run, no one could stop them. 6 Supreme joined forces and an adult star beast. Even if old monster Chu came personally, he would not be able to stop them, let alone Chu Xingtian. Rumble, at this moment, a deafening sound came from outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary. The sound was extremely shocking, as if there were countless thunderbolts exploding. A terrifying destructive aura spread. Even the Shooting Sun Supremacy and the others could not help but change their expressions. Is it finally going to start? The Thunder Path Supremacy's expression was unprecedentedly serious. At this moment, the Purple Sun Sanctuary's protective array was already operating at full capacity. This array was incredible. It connected the stars above and the underworld below. The power of heaven and earth merged together and formed a yin-yang diagram that covered the entire area. However, as rays of divine light shot into the sky outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary, a super-killing array that covered the entire Purple Sun Sanctuary was taking shape. When 365 rays of divine light appeared in the sky, an extremely terrifying murderous aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. The next moment, all living beings within a radius of billions of miles were extremely terrified. All the powerful living beings hid and trembled in fear. The Chu clan has made a move. Many powerhouses were watching from afar. The news that the Chu clan wanted to destroy the Purple Sun Sanctuary had already spread throughout the southern region of the ancestral realm. Many supreme figures appeared in the nearby area. As for the Li clan and the Tian clan, these two powerful races, they directly came to watch the battle. They did not make a move. Instead, they allowed the Chu clan to make a move. This was full of schemes. Their target was not the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others in the Purple Sun Sacred Ground. At this moment, within the camp of the Chu clan, the clan head, Chu Xingtian, stood within the heavenly cycle killing formation. Surrounding him were the upper echelons of the Chu clan. Patriarch, do you think Ji Yufei will appear? A white-robed supremacy said. This person was none other than old monster Chu's Dao child, Ling Xiao. He was also the Chu clan's supremacy, Ling Xiao. Chu Xingtian shook his head. Ji Yufei had disappeared for more than 10 years, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This was exactly what the 3 great clans of the Southern Territory feared. As far as they were concerned, Ji Yufei was a madman, and whoever offended this madman would suffer misfortune. Humph. The Tian clan and the Li clan didn't make a move, and instead let us make a move. It's nothing more than a test. Another expert from the Chu clan said disdainfully. Who cares if that Ji Yufei is dead or not? If he isn't dead and dares to come back, that's even better. My family's ancestor can take revenge for what he did before. Autarch Skysaw said coldly. Which step has the ancestor finally taken? Everyone looked at Autarch Skysaw in surprise and joy. However, Autarch Skysaw only smiled and said nothing. Ha ha! Our clan is finally going to rule the Southern Territory again. An expert from the Chu clan said with a laugh. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill. An elder from the Chu clan said excitedly. The experts of the Chu clan didn't hesitate any longer and directly rushed out in all directions. Every expert guarded a formation core. There were 365 formation cores, which required 365 experts at the saint level and above to be in charge. The Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was the trump card of the Chu clan. Even in the entire Southern Territory, it was one of the top 3 ultimate killing formations. Rumble, at this moment, as the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was activated, the 365 beams of divine light turned into 365 destructive divine sabers that slashed at the Purple Sun sacred ground. Buzz. When the 365 World Destroyer divine blades slashed at the Purple Sun sacred ground's Great Array, the entire Great Array shook. The World Destroyer divine blades broke through the Great Array of the Purple Sun sacred ground and slashed into the Purple Sun sacred ground. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was destroyed and turned into nothingness. What, on a mountain peak of the Purple Sun sacred ground, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked. They were at the center of the entire Purple Sun sacred ground. They could control all the formations in the Purple Sun sacred ground from the Purple Sun peak. Formation, rise. Countless Tao runes rushed out from Supremacy Zi Yang's body. In the next moment, a formation diagram appeared in the sky. Countless stars flashed. Above the firmament, the endless power of the stars was guided over and suppressed the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. Boom! It was as if countless stars fell from the sky and smashed onto the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. Then, the stars exploded one by one, releasing a terrifying destructive power. However, the power of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation exploded and blocked the endless power of the stars that fell from the sky. The two powers collided continuously, and the void was destroyed continuously. However, the 365 destructive divine saber lights that slashed at the Purple Sun peak still broke through the layers of formation patterns and slashed forward. What? When the Shooting Sun Supreme saw this, he was shocked. Even the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation couldn't block the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. Again, Supreme Zi Yang attacked crazily. The power of the stars and the power of the earth intertwined, and the yin-yang Dao pattern appeared in the sky. The two powers seemed to transform into a horrifying millstone, and it went to destroy the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. Rumble, the entire sky and earth shook, and there was a huge commotion in the Purple Sun sacred ground. Mountain peaks collapsed one after another, and the originally supreme sacred ground became hell at this moment. Wherever the 365 saber lights passed, countless disciples of the Purple Sun sacred ground were killed directly, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The cultivators who gathered in the Purple Sun sacred ground were not just the disciples of the Purple Sun sacred ground. There were also disciples of the Shooting Sun sacred hall and the descendants of the other 4 supremes. The disciples of the Ying Tian sect were also gathered in the Purple Sun sacred ground. This way, more people would die. On the Purple Sun peak, the hearts of the 6 supremes were bleeding. At this moment, as Supreme Zi Yang attacked with all his might, the 365 saber lights stopped for a moment. However, it was only for a moment, and they continued to slash at the Purple Sun peak. The Chu clan's Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation is too strong. When they saw this, the expressions of the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others changed drastically. If the 365 saber lights merged into one, even a supremacy would be killed. Zi Yang, can you do it? If you can't, let's run. The Black Wind Supreme shouted at Supreme Zi Yang, who was using all his strength to activate the protective killing formation. At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme, the Thunder Dao Supreme, and the others had already used their great mystic abilities to keep all their disciples in their inner worlds, and they were ready to run. The Chu clan was so powerful that they had actually used the heavenly cycle killing formation. That was a killing formation that required 365 saints and above to activate. Since ancient times, the Chu clan had only used this killing formation a few times. However, after witnessing it today, this killing formation indeed lived up to its name. It was indeed a supreme killing formation that could contend against a supremacy. You dare to say that I can't do it? When Supreme Ziyang heard this, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If you can't do it, just say it. At this moment, even the other Supremes were anxious. In just a few breaths' time, the 365 saber lights had already reached them. As long as the saber lights merged, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Roar. At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, a wild beast that was many times larger than a mountain slowly stood up from the ground and roared at the sky. The entire void almost exploded, and the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. Even the 365 saber lights that were slashing down were shaken. An extremely tyrannical power erupted from the body of this wild beast. Instantly, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and all the stars in the sky seemed like they were about to fall from the sky. Star Beast, in the center of the heavenly cycle killing formation, Chu Xingtian and the others' expressions changed when they heard the beast's roar. This time, the biggest variable in the Chu clan's attack on the Purple Sun holy ground was the Star Beast. After all, this was an adult Star Beast. The strength and terror of an adult Star Beast was absolutely unimaginable. After all, wherever an adult Star Beast appeared, the entire starfield would suffer. This was a supreme beast that could devour the universe. The giant beast opened its mouth and sucked. The endless power of the stars and earth essence that Supreme Ziyang had guided over were all swallowed by this wild beast. An extremely shocking scene appeared. The incomparably huge yin-yang diagram was actually swallowed by this star beast in one gulp. Ooh! Supreme Ziyang spat out a mouthful of blood. The protective formation of the Purple Sun holy ground had been broken, and he also suffered a great impact. Ha ha! The star beast is still the most powerful. On the Purple Sun peak, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others couldn't help but be surprised and delighted when they saw this scene. The star beast could devour the heavens and the earth. It seemed like the legendary heaven-swallowing beast was only SOSO. When this adult star beast inhaled, it seemed like the entire world was about to be swallowed into its body. The 365 world-destroying saber lights also flew into its mouth. How is this possible? Chu Xingtian and the others in the center of the heavenly cycle killing formation couldn't believe this scene. The power of the heavenly cycle killing formation was extremely tyrannical. He would even be able to put up a fight against a supremacy-level existence. However, the strength of this star beast had already exceeded Chu Xingtian's expectations. This wild beast's cultivation was already so strong that it could compete with a peak supremacy. Kill! Chu Xingtian roared. Kill! A roar rang out from the 365 formation cores in the sky at the same time, and a pitilessly powerful killing power erupted from the killing formation, transforming into a sword that slashed towards the star beast. The almost immortal swordlight destroyed everything, even the great path. Even an adult star beast would be startled by this shocking sword strike. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3940. The deadline given by Chu Xingtian was up. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others naturally would not surrender obediently. It was because they knew very well that Jiyu Fei was not dead. Not only was he not dead, but his cultivation had also become even stronger. That was because Jiyu Fei had planted a restrictive spell on them. If Jiyu Fei were to perish, the restrictive spell on them would erupt and destroy their bodies and souls. The stronger Jiyu Fei's cultivation was, the more powerful the restrictive spell would be. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could sense that the restrictive spell on them had become stronger than before. Under such circumstances, only a fool would side with Chu Xingtian. If Jiyu Fei were to return and see that they had sided with the Chu clan, one thought from him would be enough to destroy their bodies and souls. If the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others did not surrender, the consequences would be dire. Chu Xingtian activated the Heavenly Cycle Killing Matrix right away. The Heavenly Cycle Killing Matrix was the trump card of the Chu clan. It would not be used easily. At that moment, Chu Xingtian went all out. The Heavenly Cycle Killing Matrix operated crazily. The endless Heavenly Cycle power transformed into a terrifying world-destroying sword light and slashed at the Star Beast. In the face of such a powerful attack, even the Star Beast was somewhat frightened. The giant beast's huge body shrank and turned into a white-haired young man. Roar! The white-haired young man, who had transformed into the Star Beast, roared angrily and punched at the sword light. His white hair danced wildly and an overbearing aura spread in all directions. In front of the white-haired young man's fist, a star region seemed to have appeared. Countless stars emerged and every star was extremely dazzling. However, when the world-destroying sword light fell, the stars in the sky exploded and the sword light slashed the star region in front of the white-haired young man's fist. The sword light slashed at the white-haired young man's fist. Two peerless and tyrannical forces collided with each other and exploded in an instant. Buzz! The void shook violently. In the next moment, a circle of transparent ripples spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into dust. Countless Tao patterns dissipated in the void. The white-haired young man roared and instantly retreated thousands of miles away, smashing through several mountains. He looked down and saw that there was a bloody wound on his fist. Even his bones were exposed. Damn it! When the white-haired young man, who was transformed from the Star Beast, saw the bloodstain on his fist, his bestial nature was immediately aroused, and his pupils instantly turned red. His blood-red eyes were filled with madness. At that moment, the Shooting Sun Sovereign and the other 5 Supremes worked together on Purple Sun Peak. They opened up a space and barely managed to block the terrifying energy ripples descending from the sky. This is bad. Even the Star Beast Venerable is no match for it. On Violet Sun Peak, the expressions of the 6 primes changed. Kill! White-haired Beast Sovereign raised his head and roared. Terrifying star energy surged out from his body. Boundless star energy descended from the sky and entered his body. In the next moment, he instantly turned into an extremely dazzling starlight that pierced through the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. Swoosh! Wherever the starlight passed, it directly tore through the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. What? Chu Xingtian, who was in the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation, could not help but be shocked when he saw that. The strength of the Star Beast had far exceeded his expectations. Before he could react, the starlight that was transformed from the Star Beast had already crashed into the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. The beam of starlight directly tore apart the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. Wherever the starlight passed, countless Tao patterns dissipated and were directly destroyed. At the same time, the Chu clan saints who were controlling the killing formation in the eye of the formation all had their bodies disintegrated, turning into a mist of blood. Do you think you can break through my clan's killing formation like this? What a joke! Chu Xingtian was in the center of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. He could sense the changes of the entire killing formation immediately. The starlight that was transformed from the Star Beast Venerable had actually directly rushed into the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. He admired the Star Beast Venerable's courage. At that moment, the formation patterns that had been destroyed by the starlight condensed again. The saints who had collapsed into a mist of blood also condensed their physical bodies and were reborn. Once the Heavenly Cycle Slaughter Formation was activated, it would never be destroyed. No matter what kind of damage it suffered, as long as the core of the formation was not destroyed, the killing formation would not be destroyed, and the saints that guarded the core of the formation would not truly die. This is outrageous. An intense divine will fluctuation came from the exterminating starlight. The Star Beast Venerable also noticed this phenomenon. The killing formation that was originally broken had already been repaired, and he was trapped in the killing formation. This is bad. At that moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others who saw the Star Beast rushing into the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation were dumbfounded. That was the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation. Who in the entire southern region of the Ancestral Realm did not know how terrifying the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was? The Chu clan was able to compete with the Li clan and the Heavenly clan because they had this almost indestructible killing formation. Otherwise, how could they compete with the Heavenly clan and the Li clan with just old monster Chu? Chief Shooting Sun, let's retreat. The Black Wind Supreme said anxiously on the Purple Sun Peak. Even the Star Beast Venerable was trapped in the Heavenly Cycle killing formation. Who else could be a match for Chu Xingtian? The Purple Sun Sacred Ground could not hold on any longer. This was the third supreme-level ancestral land that had been destroyed. The previous ones were the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan, the ancestral land of the Thunder Lake and the Shooting Sun Supreme. Wherever the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others went, they would suffer. At that moment, the Purple Sun Supreme's heart was bleeding. He had managed the Purple Sun Sacred Ground for countless years, but it was completely destroyed in a day. Chu Xingtian, I won't rest until you die. The Purple Sun Supreme roared angrily. Retreat. At that moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme did not insist anymore. If he did not escape now, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Stop being angry. Save some energy for us to escape. The Sky Wind Supreme said anxiously. At this moment, he was about to die, but the Purple Sun Supreme still had the time to be angry. What was the use of this against Chu Xingtian? The Purple Sun Supreme was helpless. He had no choice but to give up his ancestral land. On the Purple Sun Peak, the 6 supreme beings joined forces. The entire Divine Peak immediately shook and rose from the ground. The Divine Peak emitted endless divine light of the Great Path. Swoosh! The gigantic Divine Mountain broke through the void and entered the void, disappearing in an instant. They escaped. When the experts of the Chu clan outside the Purple Sun Sacred Ground saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked and angry. It should be known that the consequences of letting these people escape were severe. The Chu clan would not be able to live in peace in the future if they were targeted by the 6 supreme beings. No one expected the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others to have such a trick up their sleeves. The entire Purple Sun Peak was actually a magic treasure. Moreover, it was a supreme treasure that could break through the void and escape into the chaos in an instant. The escape of the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others made Chu Xingtian nervous. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit